Thank you. So good morning, everybody. My name is Jane Lewington, and I'm very privileged to be the chair of NAViGO, and I'd love to welcome you to today's AGM. We've got a fantastic selection of speakers for you today. You'll have plenty of time during the day to go round the display boards, including there is a display board for every one of the 6 projects that are up for Project of the Year. They're on the back row of the display board, so please make sure that you go and have a look at those display boards and then remember to vote for Project of the Year. Our community and staff representatives have put together a representatives area in the foyer. They'd be really pleased to talk to you today to get your ideas about how we can best engage with our members. So go and have a chat with the staff and community members in the foyer. I'm also chair of the Gardner Hill Foundation, our charity. So I'm going to be encouraging you every time I'm at this podium to go and buy a raffle ticket. So we've got a raffle running today. The Gardner Hill stand is just inside the front door, and we've got some really great prizes. And Jackie Ellis is manning the stand all day, and I'm sure if she sees you, she'll sell you a ticket. It's been another really challenging year in the health and care sector, with the pandemic still prevalent. But despite that, NAViGO continues to go from strength to strength under Simon's leadership. And that means that we've got lots of exciting things to share with you today, not just looking back of what happened in 21-22, but also looking forward and getting your views on what our future plans should be. I'd like to give a very warm welcome to the staff within Nurtrio, who are attending their first ever NAViGO AGM. It's fantastic to have you as part of the NAViGO family, and I hope you get a lot out of the day. As you know, we've been working with colleagues at Lincolnshire Partnership Foundation Trust, North East Lincolnshire Council and the NHS over recent months as NAViGO bids to be awarded the contract for Young Minds Matters and extend our services to all ages. Whilst we know that no decision has been made yet, we are pleased to announce that a statement of intent has been published to award NAViGO the contract. And therefore I'd like to give a very warm welcome to the staff from Young Minds Matter who have come along to our AGM today. I think this is probably the most exciting development that I've been involved in since starting with NAViGO right back in 2011, and to realise our ambition to be an all-age mental health provider for North East Lincolnshire, I think is absolutely a brilliant piece of news. Moving on to some boring bits, more boring but essential, some housekeeping instructions. There's no fire drills planned for today, so if you hear the fire alarm, please make your way to the fire exits on the side of the building and assemble in the main car park. The health and safety of our service users and staff is really important to us, so can I encourage everyone to wear their masks? And also, in terms of facilities, the toilets are on the ground floor of the building. They're in the front hall just as you come in. You should have received your online voting email that allows you to vote on the project of the year and to vote on the special resolution within the formal part of the AGM this afternoon. If you've had any problems with that, please make your way to the foyer where NAViGO staff will be able to help you. We'd love you to take lots of photos and videos and share them on social media, and I've been told that you've got to use the hashtag #WeAreNAViGO and to tag us in. I'd like to introduce our first speakers, who are going to talk to us about the community mental health team and One Front Door transformation. So it's my absolute privilege to introduce Patty Bowden, who is Assistant Director of Community Services, ably assisted by Di Clark, who will talk specifically about One Front Door and how it integrates into the wider Tukes offer. So Patty and Di, can I welcome you onto the stage?
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me. So, as Jane has just alluded to, I'm Patty Bowden. I'm the new Assistant Director for Community Mental Health Services. I started with NAViGO in April of this year. Some of you may know me. I used to be the CQC Inspection Manager that looked after NAViGO, and it's been an ambition of mine to join NAViGO since then, really. So I was really pleased to be offered this position earlier on this year. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the CMHT transformation. So community mental health services, they play a crucial role in delivering mental health for adults and older adults with severe mental health needs as close to home as possible. So the 5-year forward view in 2016 set out how services needed to change and argued for a more engaged relationship with service users, carers and citizens to promote well-being and prevent ill health. The NHS long-term plan set out that the NHS will develop new and integrated models of primary and community mental health care. From this long-term plan, NAViGO developed their plan responding to this. Having a joined-up approach is vital to delivering this ambitious programme of work and involves everybody working together to deliver the right care at the right time, as close as home to possible. A new community-based offer will include access to psychological therapies, improved physical health care, employment support, personalised and trauma-informed care, medicines management and support for self-harm and coexisting substance misuse. Local areas are being supported to redesign care and assist community mental health teams to move towards a new place-based multidisciplinary services across health and social care aligned with primary care networks. And by 2023 to 24, this will enable at least 370,000 adults and older adults per year nationally to have greater choice and control over their care and to live well in communities. So the framework. So promoting joined-up care and a whole population approach, integration and alignment with primary care networks, utilising resource of the wider community, breaking down barriers, mental, physical health and social care, VCSE, primary and secondary care, no wrong door, which I think is really important for NAViGO, working in partnership with voluntary and social care, reducing those inequalities and variations in care and addressing the gap between IAPT and secondary care. People with mental health supported to maximise their individual skills, including work, education and recreation, avoiding repeat assessments, referrals and ensuring good quality, consistent assessments. And that's something I've long been an advocate of. Why assess people 3, 4, 5 times when actually one time can be shared? Specific focus on the 18 to 25-year-olds, old adults, personality disorders, eating disorders and complex rehab. Offering in-reach, liaison and a shared care approach. Good care coordination and high-quality care planning. Replacing CPA, co-produced, taking into account all needs. And seamless links to crisis, inpatient, specialist residential and eating disorders, and straightforward step up and step down. So this is the bit that will probably interest everybody most, is what we've done so far. So work is moving at pace through the CMH transformation process within NAViGO. I think it's fair to say, since coming into post in April, it's been a ride, a real ride, trying to get up to speed with everything and trying to understand where everything had got to and actually where we need to go to next. So the new senior management roles have now been filled, and this has led to the creation of an associate nurse consultant post to lead and shape the ACP and the AC role, which is really exciting. This has also offered opportunities for complex case discussions and clinics, and this is going to be developed further. The other services in scope of the transformation are aligned under the new management structure, including AHPs, or Allied Health Professionals, neuropsychiatry, assertive outreach teams and complex rehab. And by September, which we're in, the eating disorder community team, the specialised community forensic team, and Sequire, the therapeutic community, and the WISE team will be moved across to the community mental health. This is to fully embed these teams into the new model for the specialist function. All staff within the primary care networks have now moved accommodation and are now aligned with their teams. We've moved from some staff from Cedars to Wales Review and some staff from Wales Review to Cedars to enable us to do that. One PCN, or primary care network, has now split further, and we've gone from 4 primary care networks to 5. However, we've managed to adjust the planned staffing and resources accordingly, and they're now called Apollo and Genesis. We have 3 ARS workers in post and 3 mental health care navigators that are employed via the voluntary sector, Rethink. The job description for the peer-link worker, which will sit with the VCSE Centre 4, has now been agreed, and these 4 posts are going out to advert shortly. And in fact, they are at advert now. So if anyone's interested, please apply. And I can say that it's been really, really enjoyable working with these 2 voluntary sectors to get these posts out. However, despite there being a HN-wide gap in funding to 22-23 and no growth money is available in this year, we are still as NAViGO in the position to support the growth intentions for 22-23. We have also appointed 4 social workers as specific roles, 1 per PCN. We also have a CUF lived experience worker in post who delivers training for personality disorder. The eating disorder pathway is nearing completion. The personality disorder pathway is nearing completion. A further post has been agreed for the community forensic team, and that post will work across the forensic team, the assertive outreach team, the community mental health team, and also complex rehab. We've looked at further developing our quality and learning networks. Work is ongoing on our outpatient work streams. And we've also held resilience workshop for staff, and that's been really important around the change management process. And finally, I know I mentioned at the beginning that I'm Patty Bowden, I'm the AD, but I thought it might be helpful just to show you all some of the services that are now encompassed under the community mental health. So I now have the WISE team, Sequire, AOT complex rehab, community eating disorders, allied health professionals, admiral nurses, forensic services, neuropsychiatry, and some clinical team leaders, and also the admin function sits under me. And then we also have the community mental health teams. And as discussed earlier, we have 5 primary care networks. And we're also really excited that we've been able to create a nurse consultant post within that. And my last slide is very busy, and I appreciate that, but I'm more than happy to share the slides with anyone who's really interested after this presentation. This is our roadmap for the next year. We recognise that the CMH2 transformation is a 3-year to 4-year process. This is the 2nd year, and this is what we're going to be working on. So the green on the slide are the ones that actually have already been completed, and the amber are those ones that we're going to be working on for the next 12 months. So as you can see, we've still got a long way to go, but with the support of NAViGO and the work of all the staff, I'm sure we can get there. So I'm going to finish there, but I will be around for most of the day, and I'm really looking forward to meeting most of you today. But I'd like to ask you to give your attention now to Di, who's going to talk to you today about One Front Door. Take a deep breath, Di. Okay, so I'll hand over now.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Diane Clark, or Di Clark to my friends, which is all of you, of course, and I'm the Operations Manager for Tukes. I'm here today to update you with the progress and the story of the One Front Door service. One Front Door was launched back in January 2022 this year, as a trial to support the NAViGO referral process and look at ways to simplify how we could access services which are affected by social stresses, which in turn lead to the misplaced mental health diagnosis. So over time, we have noticed that Tukes was experiencing a decline in the number of member referrals than in previous years, both within meaningful occupation of time, work-based training, and more recently within our IPS teams. It became evident that the awareness of how and where to refer these to people to, not only within the services that we offer as Tukes, but to others too, was becoming increasingly complicated and difficult for the staff. They seemed a little bit unaware of what was available and where to go to. One of the reasons we believe that this was the case was as our services have expanded and the needs of our service users, then so does the number of new staff. There's so much to learn and demand is so high, being aware of all the support pathways which are out there and how to access them can be very overwhelming. This, of course, has been made much worse over the past 2 years due to the pandemic. After months at looking at these underlying factors, and knowing we already had the pathways in place and we had access to these services, both internal ones and external ones, we realised we simply needed to look at the referral process and find a better way to do it. In particular, especially in our case of Tukes, was to look at the non-clinical services. And from this, we opened One Front Door. So we haven't reinvented the wheel. It wasn't about that. But we just wanted to look at those gaps within the services. We identified that some people who were seeking help for seemingly a mental health condition often had other underlying factors and issues and problems which were due to their social stresses, which as a result was making them very unwell. In these cases, clinical intervention is not the answer, and the additional stress of being told that we can't help, why didn't we try this, would in fact make them feel so much worse. But you're our staff, and we wanted to help, so what do you do now? You've identified its social stress, difficulties such as homelessness, paying the bills, loneliness, bereavement, losing their job, or just generally not knowing how to get back on their feet, and the lack of confidence that they felt and their self-esteem was at an all-time low. So we all know how busy services are, so let us do the hard work for you at One Front Door. So together, and it is a together, it's not just us, it's not just yourselves, but together we are simply not just moving people around the services until we find one that fits, which is what Patty actually alluded to earlier. So if a social stress is identified and they're not being supported elsewhere, a referral from yourselves to One Front Door is all that's required, and we will do the rest. The process begins with an informal chat from one of our team, Amanda, Nikki, in a friendly environment. They don't actually even like to call it an assessment. It's very much person-centred. How are you? What's your circumstances? It's not a list of questions, basically. It may take just a simple one-day form. We'll fill in your grants for you and take you from there, or a little bit of hand-holding for a while you find a suitable external or internal partner who could help this person, depending on the outcome of the chat. So, why do we differ from other services? What we don't do, we don't offer a clinical service here at Tukes in One Front Door, and we don't actually hold a caseload. What we do want to offer is to focus on that misplaced mental health issue. Those issues which are caused by these social stressors, which again lead to that unwellness, for want of a better word. So can I tell you a little bit about a client's journey? Tom began his journey within NAViGO when he was referred to our IPS team, where he was supported for a number of months by one of our employment specialists. Tom had underlying issues which made it difficult for him to keep in full-time employment. And in an internal referral was then made to One Front Door. We offered him the additional support he needed to get back on his feet. Since then, Tom has become involved in running a football team for young, underprivileged children, as he wanted to make a difference. He's now an advocate of the green social prescribing. He has a lived experience of how the benefits of being active, playing football outside, has made a difference to not only him, but his young adults. We continue to support Tom as he stays in touch, but in a very different way. We're actually currently looking at ways to fund his kit and his equipment for his young team. Tom is a real person who wanted to be here today to tell his story, and he would tell it much better than I can. However, unfortunately, he couldn't make it, but he was very happy for me to share this with you. On signposting. Signposting is a difficult one. I tried to put into the presentation how One Front Door fits in with the traditional tubes that we've all come to know and love. Who we refer to, who refers to us, how you do it, but it simply became a lot of words. So I've simplified it when looking at our tube support services and where we are now. And if you don't mind, I'm actually going to talk about our marketplace table and the tablecloth. Tubes sits under our umbrella of service of NAViGO. We've represented that by our big orange umbrella. Orange on our tablecloth is our centre point for Tubes at One Front Door referrals. We've represented, of course, by the orange button. And I can ask any of you, if you walk past there today, if you give it a little bit of a press, you'll hopefully give you a bit of an idea of what's going on there. That is, of course, our System 1 referral pathway, although there are many other ways of referring to One Front Door, including we've recently added a drop-in service on Mondays and Thursdays, so one of the girls will be available to talk at any time. There's a One Front Door email address or a direct email address to Amanda Lee or Nikki Cadman. And of course, a good old-fashioned telephone call is sufficient too. A very personalised support starts here. Whether this is my teal section, which represents our IPS team, the individual placement support, where help is required to seek employment or advice for individuals who are being coordinated whilst looking for work. Blue is our representation for TUCs, the traditional TUC support for our members who will benefit either from long-term meaningful occupation of time, just work-based training until they feel comfortable to get back into employment, or for their confidence building, just generally to make them feel well, to get up in the morning, to have a purpose and to fit in with part of our friendly team. Here, our members are predominantly based in our catering teams, domestic teams, or Grimsby Garden Centre. For non-care coordinated referrals, we have yellow, which represents our partnership working both internally and externally, along with, that is with hospital liaison, psychology, crisis teams, spa, open minds. Externally, we have healthy lifestyles and education courses, the housing grants, and the Centre for, to name but a few. Included in this, we have our most recent edition of the carer support, Janice, a welcome addition to the team. Green represents our joint partnerships with the Blue and Green Social Prescribing, a funded project promoting the mental health benefits of exercising outside with the help of taster session experiences on both land and water. This began back in early spring when we were asked to be part of a national survey with York University, promoting the benefits of green activities at our Grimsby Garden Centre. And more recently, the Hayes Smile Foundation, where we promote both blue and green, green and blue. Blue being the benefits of being in and around water, of course. External partnerships, we then approached and looked at ways that we could actually actively get people involved. and we had dates agreed for the taster sessions, and a variety of activities are available. Interest for the green and blue has been really high, so much so we're now looking at recruiting a part-time person to coordinate the timetable and keep up with the demand and keep this momentum going so that it feels fresh and we've got new activities at all times. However, the message that One Front Door really want to get across is that we don't just simply signpost, or we don't just refer to a service and walk away. It's a very person-centred service. We will take each individual and assess their circumstances, whatever it may be, and take it from there. Here at One Front Door, timescales depend on the social needs of that person. So, well, talk is cheap if you don't come up with the figures and the stats, so hopefully you'll be impressed with these. Since we launched back in January, we've done over 500 assessments alone, and remember this is just 2 ladies doing this at that time. We knew realistically with 2 navigators, 60 would be a great achievement per month. Not only did they achieve the 60 mark very early in the trial, but since the last 3 months it is actually at 70 and rising, so there's definitely the demand there for them. 83 grants have been completed for the housing grants within 3 months. In fact, I know one was done yesterday, so it's at least 84. 50 new referrals have been made into the traditional TUCs, our blue bit, under meaningful occupation of time and work-based training. We're actually top in the percentage of completed surveys for our York University trial, and with 38 green surveys were completed back in July. Our second quarter referrals, the stats show approximately 10 or 12 services are regularly referring to us. The top 3, and this is in no particular order, is CMHT, SPA and Open Minds, but thank you everybody who's referred to the service since we began. Where we've referred, both internally and externally, there's a whole host, and so it's not actually very well represented in the chart, I'm afraid. However, we have a dashboard that was going to be set up which will break this down rather than say we've got 183 to the external and so many internal. So that should be, so that's the referral internal and external. So thank you all for listening today. And we're in the marketplace, and so when we've left here, I'll be popping over there, so if anybody wants to chat and talk more about my colours, that's absolutely fine. And I hope you have a great day and enjoy our Tues buffet.
Thank you so much, Patty and Di. I think the CMHT transformation, so much work has been done over such a short period of time. And I've always thought that ensuring that mental health services are really embedded into primary care is going to be one way of ensuring that that inequality in life expectancy for people who do experience challenges with their mental health is finally addressed. There is a 20-year gap in life expectancy for people who experience challenges with mental health against the general population. And we have to make sure that physical healthcare services in primary care are doing their bit and are actually spotting physical health problems alongside mental health diagnoses. And I think One Front Door really does embed the values of NAViGO, looking at the broader issues, those social stresses that are making it difficult for people to actually recover. Now, I'm very conscious that we've got a lot of noise coming from the display board area, so I hope you can actually hear the presentations. We are going to try and ask the display board area if they can, just to keep the noise down a little bit. It is one of the drawbacks of this building in that the divider is only a curtain. Our first seminar has actually finished a little bit early, so we will reconvene in 10 minutes for the second seminar, where we're going to be talking about Gardner Hill. That gives you a quick chance to have a look at the display board, so we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hi. Hi everybody, just a 5-minute warning to the second seminar about the Gardner Hill Foundation, so if you can come through from the display area, that would be brilliant. So starting in 5 minutes, thank you.
Like so bright in my eyes, I'm going to have like burnt retinas.
Oh, that is my fault because I asked them to turn it up because I couldn't see.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you. 1 minute and we'll be starting the second seminar if people would like to come through. I'm sure you'd like to hear all about Gardner Hill and the work that we do to support the service users. Thank you. We're getting a few. I think we're going to be talking to ourselves.
It's alright. Can't go wrong though, can we?
Everybody's got a NAViGO bag.
Everyone loves a bag.
They're good beach bags. Right, shall we make a start?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Right, good morning everybody. I've introduced myself before, Jane Newington, Chair of NAViGO, but I'm also Chair of Gardner Hill Foundation Board of Trustees, and I'd like to introduce you this morning to Amy Quickfall,
Hi.
who is a fellow trustee with Gardner Hill, and Amy is the Project and Engagement Manager with NAViGO. So what we'd like to do today is to celebrate the continuing development and work of Gardner Hill in supporting NAViGO service users. You may have heard of us, but we want to tell you a little bit more about who we are, how we were set up, and the work that we do. We'd also encourage you to get involved in our fundraising activity, and you can support us today through buying a raffle ticket at our stand in the main foyer. We've got some great prizes to be won. Most of them have actually been donated by senior staff within NAViGO. In the foyer, you'll see a Gardner Hill Foundation banner with a QR code on it, which means that you can scan the code and donate directly to Gardner Hill via digital technology, but we're also very happy to take your cash as well. So our stands in the foyer, our colleagues there, we're very happy to help you in any support that you feel that you can provide. So first, a little bit more about Gardner Hill, and I'm going to hand over to Amy.
Hi, thank you. Hi. Thanks, Jane. Gardner Hill is NAViGO's preferred charity. It was set up in 2011 to enhance and enrich the lives of people with mental health problems. What does a preferred charity mean? In a nutshell, it means that when NAViGO are thinking about giving a charitable donation, Gardner Hill is its first port of call. NAViGO and Gardner Hill were set up around the same time, by the same people who share the same values, not only to provide services that our families are happy to use, but also looking beyond statutory NHS services, enabling people to get back on their feet when times have been hard. To offer education, training and support for housing, Gardner Hill will also try and find a way to help people with a genuine need. You can apply for grant funding via our website. All applications to the Gardner Hill are reviewed by our board on a monthly basis, and urgent needs are circulated sooner. We are passionate about our work, and if we can help, we will.
Thanks, Amy. So who was Gardner Hill? So the charity takes its name from a local doctor. Robert Gardner Hill was born in Louth in 1811. And he was apprenticed at the age of 14 to a surgeon in Louth, and he then went on to study anatomy at both St Guy's Hospital and St Thomas's Hospital in London, becoming a surgeon in 1834. He was elected house surgeon to a Lincoln asylum, and over a 5-year period from 1830 to 35, his approaches to the reduction of coercion and restraint reduced incidents by 5/6, a situation unheard of at the time. Dr. Hill is widely credited with being the first superintendent of a small asylum to develop treatments which did not rely on mechanical restraint and coercion. The debate concerning the merits of his methods continued for many years, and Dr. Hill was marginalised by his medical colleagues, in particular for his insistence that standard medical procedures had nothing to offer in the treatment of mental illness. With patient needs and well-being at the centre of his work, we are proud to name our charity after this innovative thinker and doer, a man of conviction daring to be different.
So, Gardner Hill Charity was officially launched at the Eleanor Centre, with the chairman being Tom Hunter at the time. Then, as now, the board is made up of NAViGO and community trustees alongside independent ones. Over the years, Tom and the trustees have overseen many funding and fundraising initiatives. The people involved have changed, but our mission has remained the same, to enrich those lives of people with mental health problems. Tom retired last year, and as our new chair, Jane, now brings a deep knowledge of support of people facing mental health challenges. Jane's insight and compassion plays a vital role in steering Gardner Hill into the future. The board really do care about making a difference and trying to help and shape people's lives. I became a trustee as I wanted to be part of a forward-thinking local charity that can really make a difference. I'm proud of our board, and each one of the trustees contributes and makes positive changes to people that really need it.
Thanks, Amy. So let's have a look in more detail at what we actually do. We support research programs and projects, and the single most important research that we do is via the project of the year, the project that you're going to be voting on today. Because each of those projects is in fact action research, proposed and selected by the NAViGO membership. The award essentially allows the service to pilot their idea for a year, to explore its efficacy and its ways of working. This research then informs what happens next as each project seeks to become an established service. Projects are accountable to Gardner Hill for their activity and spending, and we get regular updates from the project of the year to the Gardner Hill Board of Trustees. The first NAViGO project of the year back in 2012, and actually I think it was called the Surplus Scheme Vote 10 years ago, was the Tukes Housing Project, and it's still providing high quality homes for people with mental health challenges. Last year's winner was a neuropsychiatry service, a 1 year all-age pilot to trial a specialist service in our area, prove its effectiveness and make the case for future funding to NHS England. There's some fantastic projects hoping to be supported this year, and we're very much looking forward to seeing who the next recipient will be, as I'm sure you all are, so don't forget to vote. This slide illustrates one of the other projects that we've supported. This was the Early Intervention Team Allotment Project, which came from a simple idea to provide camaraderie and purpose through engagement with nature's cycles and of growth and renewal. The project has gone from strength to strength. So Gardner Hill supplied the funding to enable them to buy tools, equipment, plants and seeds to get up and running. And aside from having a regular team of volunteers who really enjoy bringing the plot to life and harvesting and eating the produce, they also now have chickens. So great work, Early Intervention, and we're so pleased to have supported this to happen, and we wish the project every continued success.
So Gardner Hill helps to develop education and training and employment opportunities. One of our projects we were able to support during the pandemic was employability and resilience training. Led by our Tukes Employment Service, members were able to benefit from regular, focused activity to raise their confidence in moving into employment when at the time the prospect of getting a job was rather bleak. Working with trained staff and peer support workers over many weeks, members were able to engage, learn and laugh and share experiences, in turn enabling them to manage their mental health and to stay positive during rather dark times.
Thanks, Amy. In fact, most of the funding that we have goes to support individuals with applications coming via the form on the Gardner Hill webpage. Most grant applications come from care coordinators or support staff who apply on behalf of their service users. And it's important that grant applications are completed fully so that we can get a full picture of the person's particular circumstances. As not only do we give grants, but we also work with other providers and other agencies, such as the local authority, and to ensure that the person is getting the most appropriate support. Our funding activity is wide-ranging, from bikes to baby clothes, passports to plants, and we give great attention to every single application that comes to our Board of Trustees meeting. Not every application that we receive can have Gardner Hill's funding support, but we work with NAViGO's One Front Door service that you heard about earlier from Di, and a range of other external providers to ensure that the right support is given to them.
So this slide shows how we have distributed our grants over the years. As you can see, in 2013 to around 2016, it's very low, very stable, and then it kind of jumped quite high and around 2017. And then we kind of feel that if we look at the 2011-2020, that was our biggest time of giving around £18,000. And we think that surge in demand will only continue with the cost of living crisis. The trustees review the grants, but we also look at partner agencies, like Jane has just said. We look if there are other possible funding streams. I work a lot with David Burries, a local provider, and they help us ensuring our best price, but also our service users and carers by connecting gas and electricity appliances and removing the old ones. 13,000 of the 18,000 was around white goods that we granted over the last year.
Thanks, Amy. So what grants did we actually make last year?
This one's a bit
put them all. Yeah. Thanks, Amy. Thank you. So I get to talk about some of the smaller categories of grants that we made last year, and I wanted to highlight the baby items. Since NAViGO has provided a perinatal mental health service, we're seeing increasing referrals from that team to buy the basics, the essentials, to support people who they are actually caring for within perinatal mental health. In terms of clothes, a lot of those are for people who've been admitted into our older people's services who may be going through issues in terms of accessing their benefits. And in terms of financial aid, you'll see £265. That's an emerging category increasingly. We're getting requests to help meet the costs of some of those essential services that people are struggling to actually fund themselves. So when you look at the nature of how Gardner Hill is spending its money, you can see that it reflects what's happening in our wider society and some of the pressures that are being brought to bear.
I think this one's the same. So, as you can see, almost 75% of our funding awards in the last year have been on household-related items. These have been to help people move to independent living, maybe from home court, maybe from out-of-area placements. But these are the grants that we really, really enjoy looking at and granting, because we know that that makes a difference to the service user life. These grants are to help people live independently. And we can see that the need for the grants are changing and the values of the grants are rising. I think the other thing what I'd like to highlight on this slide is around the trips. So Gardner Hill have been working with Kelly and the wider One Front Door and looking at ways that we can encourage all of the membership to access experiences that they may not normally do. One of the things we did really successfully last year was get tickets to the pantomime here, and we hope to do that again next year. But there's lots of different things that are coming through on that, and that's really nice to do that. And again, the highlight of the white goods scheme of £8,000, it just shows a really good picture of what we are supporting within our local community.
Thanks, Amy. So let's have a look at how Gardner Hill is actually funded. Most but not all of our funding comes from NAViGO, with the value determined on the scale of the surplus that NAViGO have created for themselves at the end of March each year. These funds that come from NAViGO are ring-fenced for particular projects like the Project of the Year and more recently the Gary Jordan Bursary, supporting existing staff who wish to pursue a nursing qualification. Those funds are in fact protected, and therefore no part of those monies can be used to support the general grants that we've made for things like white goods. The corporate donation is really our working balance and covers the majority of our grant award work, funding all of the diverse needs detailed on the previous slides, and it leaves us a modern balance each year to carry forward. We can see that we get donations, and raffles make up just under £3,000 of our income, and this includes events like the Grimsby 10K and donations from individuals. And we really do want people, and we really do appreciate people taking the time to think of us and donating. We have another £3,000 coming from Pennies from Heaven and from our Just Giving page. And we'd really like to stress how important these are. If as a staff member you haven't signed up to Pennies from Heaven, please do that. The principle is simple. You essentially donate the pennies from your pay packet. So if you've earned £70 and a penny, you get the £70, we get the penny. You're very unlikely to miss it, but cumulatively, over hundreds of NAViGO employees, it can make quite a difference to Gardner Hill. If you'd like to sign up to Pennies at Heaven, please talk to the workforce team who'll be able to help you do that. Just Giving is another way to donate and really easy to use. Just Google Just Living, search out for the Gardner Hill Foundation, and you can also gift aid your donation, which means that we receive additional money via tax relief. Have a look, give it a try, and we'd appreciate any support that you can give.
I know I'm signed up for the Pennies from Heaven. It's a really good one to do. So we also have a really beautiful caravan that's on our Thorpe Park haven in Cleethorpes. So we do this to provide affordable, seasonable holidays for all of our NAViGO staff, community members and carers. Our caravan is an 8-berth holiday home and it is a stroll away from Cleethorpes Beach. Included in the caravan, you also get access to all Thorpe Park entertainment and leisure activities. The Gardner Hill Caravan opened in 2015 and this was a really proud moment for our trustees. We felt it is vitally important for our service users and community members to have accessible holidays and accommodation for their well-being, and it's really lovely.
As a staff benefit, all members of the NAViGO team have access to the caravan too. You do have to pay, but it's very, very reasonable. It gives you a great value break for you and your family whilst you're giving back to a local charity, and you can relax and unwind. For details of availability and how to book, please visit our webpage, and don't delay because it gets booked up very quickly. So get in there as soon as possible to avoid disappointment, and the caravan is available from the 1st of April to the end of October each year.
As we mentioned earlier, we support the Project of the Year. We'd like to encourage everybody today to cast their votes on the Project of the Year and interact with the tables that are through into the marketplace over there. It is also an opportunity to see what other people are proposing, and a great opportunity to think about a project for yourselves next year for your service area. We love great ideas, and even if you don't win the Project of the Year, we do consider how we can still help, fund or support the projects. I know personally I've benefited from this, and it's been really good to roll the Res Labs out that we did for young people. So if you think you've got a cracking idea, make sure you make note of it and apply for Project of the Year next year.
Thanks, Amy. So a bit more about our fundraising work. So our trustees work across NAViGO and with local schools and groups and businesses to raise funds all year round. And our heartfelt thanks goes out to everyone involved for all they do to support the Gardner Hill Foundation charity. Local businesses also generously donate prizes for our Christmas raffle. Last year we had everything from cookbooks to vacuum cleaners, and we'd like to extend our thanks to all the businesses that have and continue to support us. So if you've got an idea about how we can raise funds, come and have a chat to us at our stand at the foyer, or send us an email via the webpage. The number of grant applications coming through to Gardner Hill continues to increase, and we are really keen to do more fundraising so that we can do all we can to meet that need.
This is the video, isn't it? I thought as well we should have played the video of Stuart on his scooter in the rain, because it was really hard when we did the 10k this year, but we should have played that video. I thought about that last night. Sorry, I'm just going off on a tangent there. Which one is this? We're proud to work alongside NAViGO in sharing its values and putting into action support where necessary. We know how much staff value the support that we offer, and we know how much service users really value the support that they receive. We'd like to just play a short video. There's no sound.
Gardner Hill grants have supported our members in many different ways, from baby clothes, passports, washing machines to bikes. Every service user that we've supported with a Gardner Hill grant has been amazingly grateful, because a small gesture has meant so much.
It's all right, I can read the titles.
I think we've got a few technical difficulties on there, but I'm sure Brad and the team will make that available through either the website or social media. I'm sure there's a way we can share that with you, but thank you to all the staff involved in making that video for us. I don't know how to move it on now, Brad. Sorry. Oh, there we go.
So,
This is bit, I've lost part.
sorry about the video there, because there were some really terrific insights from NAViGO staff who have helped service users access Gardner Hill Foundation, but as Amy says, we'll try and make that available on the NAViGO, on the Gardner Hill webpage within the NAViGO website. For us as trustees, it's really all about supporting people through empathy, compassion and respect. And we'd like to say a massive thank you to all of our fundraisers, supporters and donators. And every contribution, no matter how small, makes a difference, and we really couldn't do it without you. So, just some further ideas in terms of how you can support Gardner Hill. Join the Pennies from Heaven scheme, donate via Just Giving, make a digital donation today using the QR code on the Gardner Hill banner in the main foyer, or buy a raffle ticket. There isn't a name card, but you can certainly buy a raffle ticket. So thank you very much for your attention today. I hope you've been able to hear us despite the chatter from the display board area. We've certainly enjoyed doing the presentation, and we absolutely love being part of Gardner Hill Foundation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Sorry, we also wanted to say thank you to Jill. She put this presentation together, and unfortunately she's not very well, so I only got 24 hours notice as a stand-in, so I do apologise if I didn't know my slides, but a big thank you to Jill, who has worked super hard in putting this together, and I hope you get well soon, Jill, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. Thank you for stepping in so very ably. Thank you. Right, it's now the break. The break will run till 11 o'clock. So, and during the break, the worshipful Mayor of North East Lincolnshire, Councillor Stephen Bessant and Madam Mayoress will be joining us. Please get some refreshments, enjoy the display area, visit the Project of the Year exhibits if you haven't voted, and also if you could come back to the main auditorium at 11 o'clock, where we're going to be talking about men's mental health. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just a couple of minutes now till we start the next seminar, the men's mental health discussion panel. If you could make your way through to the seminar area, then we'll be able to start. Thank you. It's great to see people coming through from the seminar. If I can encourage a few more of you to come through for the men's mental health discussion panel, that would be fantastic. Thank you. That's your hot seat apparently there. If you sit there, now I'm just going to introduce and then go off. Yep. So
oh, no pressure.
I can still see we've got one or two people coming through. We'll give it another minute and then we'll make a start. Thank you. Right, I hope you've all enjoyed your break. I hope you've had plenty of time to look at the display boards, to do your voting for Project of the Year, and more importantly to buy some Garden Hill raffle tickets. So we'll now move on with this morning's seminars, and I'm delighted to welcome Phil White, radio presenter with Radio Humberside, who has very kindly agreed to act as our panel host this morning, and Phil will introduce the illustrious panel. Over to you, Phil.
Very good, thank you, and good morning, everybody. I need to say, first of all, apologies on behalf of my colleague Lara King, and I don't know if you were expecting to see Lara. You might know Lara. She's based here in Grimsby. She's our North East Lincolnshire reporter, but she's got COVID, so I got a note from her on an email Monday morning, and even on that email on Monday morning, I have to tell you, I could see she wasn't a well bunny, so she does apologise, and she was kind enough to think of me, and I'm really pleased she has, because the session this morning and the session this afternoon as well really tie into some thoughts I've been having of late with my own circle of friends and people that get to a certain age, and all sorts of bits and pieces I'm sure we're going to discuss during the course of the morning. The panel today, I will walk along and introduce them, because that's the easiest way to go. Grimsby Town Educational Trust Chief Exec Joe Schofield, been in the job since May. Joe in a few minutes will give us some indication of how her job fits in with NAViGO, perhaps how it fits in with the football club as well. We've got Chief Exec Simon Beaton, who you might well know, NAViGO Chief Exec Simon Beaton, 25 years plus working in the mental health sector one way or the other. Interested to hear what he's got to say. Former Grimsby Town footballer Nathan Arnold, also played at Lincoln, down at Boston as well, and just be interesting to hear his perspective, still involved in football and other things that are very relevant to this. And Senior Employment Advisor with NAViGO, Ross Albury, talking about employment, getting people into employment, perhaps how to keep jobs, and those kind of angles as well. So this is our panel. Give them a round of applause, please. Make them feel welcome. Can we start at this end with you, Ross? And each of you, I'm going to ask for a couple of minutes a bit of a summary about your job and what we're going to get out of today. Let's start with you.
Okay, so my role is Senior Employment Advisor for Open Minds. Essentially, I run a service. I support people with common mental disorders such as anxiety, depression, who have an employment-related goal. That might be moving into work, that might be staying in their job if they're struggling, or if they're off work, looking at how we can support them returning to work. And the idea really is to empower them to believe that they can function and that they can get back into the workplace, contribute towards the community, and hopefully have a positive contribution in their mental health recovery.
Fantastic. Nathan, good morning to you. Former Grimsby Town footballer. You'll be no stranger to the town, to the auditorium as well. How are you keeping and what are you doing with yourself these days?
Yeah, so very much still involved in football. I'm a football manager and very much, still go into clubs like Grimsby and Lincoln and Mansfield, some of my former clubs, and have that connection. But with the mental health stuff, I've kind of took a blended approach with sport and mental health, and so I've worked with various organisations, prisons, sports teams, colleges, universities, schools, businesses, and running mentorship programmes, but then also running my own business as well.
Wow, busy fella. All right, thank you for that. Simon Beaton, Chief Exec of NAViGO, 25 years plus, it says on your biog in mental health, but still a job that keeps you stimulated, even though I'm guessing it's got its challenges.
Absolutely, yeah. Fortunate enough to be the Chief Exec of this amazing organisation here today. I love my job. I love my job in the Chief Executive now for a year. I was on this stage a year ago, as at yesterday, taking over from Jane, who's the Chair, in the Chief Exec role. It's been a really interesting first year in the role. The reason we're here talking about this today is what our membership, the people that are here today, have told us as NAViGO. They want us to focus more around men's mental health. So on the basis of that, we've reached out to Grimsby Town Football Club, with the likes of Joe being new in the role at the Sports and Education Trust, with Debbie Cook being the Chief Exec of the club. We've reached out to them to start a partnership with the club to really raise the profile of mental health amongst a cohort of fans and players and things that maybe wouldn't necessarily reach out for help. So hopefully some of the stuff that comes from this panel today will be how do we reach into those communities of people really that wouldn't naturally reach out for help, and destigmatise mental health really in those groups.
Excellent, Simon, thank you for that. And Grimsby Town Education Trust Chief Executive, that's a mouthful, Joe. Joe Schofield, been in the job since May. How's it going? What was your route to the job, and perhaps briefly aims and ambitions of the organisation?
Yeah, so I previously worked here in North East Lincolnshire. I worked for mental health charities over the years, so I've got over 20 years experience working within mental health, and it's a passion. It's never really gone away. I moved into a couple of other roles with different charities, and then this role came up as Chief Executive of the Sports and Education Trust here at Grimsby Town. So every professional football club has an affiliated charity, and the Grimsby Town Sports and Education Trust is that. I've been brought in to really look at a strategy for the way forward for the charity to reach into those places and actually use the power of the football badge to reach into the communities that wouldn't normally engage in services such as mental health services, amongst others as well, to really use the power of the badge to reach those people. At the moment we work predominantly with young people, school-aged children. We provide higher education and further education programmes, and our strategy for the next 3 years is really going to focus on reaching those other areas, those other people, those other communities through using the football club. We really hope to reduce loneliness, for example. Those supporters that we know come to watch a match on a Saturday, they may be surrounded by thousands of other people, go home and not see or speak to anybody until the next time they come to a football match. So we really want to look at how we can address the needs of our local community using the power of the badge, and really making a difference. And this partnership is a great way to start.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. Folks, we've got an hour in total, and I think we're going to allow some time at the end for questions. So we'll get to that a little bit later on. If you're watching online this morning, hello. It's great that you are. Let's pick up the conversation then with you, Simon, because the session is a result of demand. You're saying, colleagues here today have been saying men's health, mental health, big issue. Give us a little bit more about that if you could, because it clearly isn't just men's health as it relates to a football club, although that is very important. It's more general than that, is it?
Yeah, it is, I think, in terms of when you look at the data that surrounds mental health and mental health in and around the country and around the world to a certain extent, you see a number of trends emerging from that. In that we all know, I think we all know, that you're more likely to take your own life if you're a male aged between 35 and 50 and you're unemployed, and Ross will come on to that, and you've maybe just been through a relationship breakdown and you live on your own. And there's all these risk factors we know associated with men, specifically men, and men of a certain age. And that's why our organisation, the people in our organisation, have asked us to try and reach out in a way that targets those groups. So the data that we see from our organisation as well tells us that we have certain cohorts of people that will come and reach out for support at certain times, and there is a gap in that age group. There is a gap in males of a certain age who instinctively must be dealing with those mental health problems, but we know in time immemorial that men don't necessarily reach out for that support and that help. So we saw what was happening at Grimsby Town. We saw that the club was really moving forward. We saw there's a real strong sense of sort of social movement in the club. Now that it's changed hands, it's becoming a real part of the fabric of society. We sense that NAViGO is an organisation like that. You can see by the turnout of people today. This organisation is one that's rooted in the community as well. Grimsby Town's an organisation that's moving forward. NAViGO is an organisation that's moving forward. That cohort of people that don't necessarily reach out for support. I mean, there's the vast age ranges that turn up at a football game, but there is a predominance of people that wouldn't necessarily reach out for support that go there. So it's an ideal way to reach into that community of people, as Jo articulated, as she was saying at the start, of us reaching out into that group of people and not necessarily turning up on a game day and saying, have you got a mental health problem, come and see us. It's some of that subliminal messaging that it is okay. It is okay to talk. You hear the ITV programmes. There's those. It is okay to talk. It is okay to reach out for help. And just having those, like I say, those messages there on a game day, or messages in the programme, or the chance of somebody just connecting with that and going, actually, on Monday I will ring that number, or knowing the help is there, knowing it's non-judgmental, knowing it's destigmatising mental health. I think it gives us a really unique opportunity as two organisations like the Football Club and the Sports and Education Trust, which is part of the club, and NAViGO, to really look to start to break that stigma and really get into and under the skin of mental health for men. Okay,
Jo, we'll come back to you in a minute and talk about your demographic, because as you said there, as you were doing your introduction, there's a lot of younger people you're trying to target at the moment. Nathan, what about you, with the day job as football manager in your other parts of your life as well? Do you have a particular demographic that you're interested in talking to?
A wide variety, really. I do public speaking, so I get the opportunities to go up and down the country as well to speak to, again, various organisations about the matter. But it's just a broad
range.
Yeah.
But if you're, can you talk to all the people all the time about the same kind of stuff? I mean, I suppose I'm thinking about, I mentioned, I've got friends who over the last year or so suddenly have declared their hands as being lonely, a bit, lost, confused, befuddled. Now you're not going to believe it, over 60. So I've got these friends who are 50 plus. So can you talk to a 50 plus person the same way you can talk to perhaps somebody who's an apprentice footballer and get the message across in the same way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got to work with the individual and meet them where they are, no matter what their age is. I think one thing that is for sure, what I've discovered with people, we're more alike than we are different. So when we talk about these matters or even open up those conversations, it invites them to come forward, and like the subliminal messages or the subtle conversations that you can have it's fantastic, with this connection with NAViGO and Grimsby Town and what it can do for this community. So it's kind of just bringing the spotlight really on that matter.
Ross, I guess we could probably spend an entire hour just talking about mental health and employment issues, to be honest with you. But give me a snapshot of how you can help. Somebody, again, perhaps starting point, same question. Does your service talk to the 17 and 18-year-olds the same way they would to the mid-50-year-olds?
Absolutely. We would tailor it to what that individual's needs are. I think what's great about this opportunity is Nathan's talked about how if you have a common ground, you can open up with that person no matter what age they are. So, for example, Grimsby Town fans. Now, I'm 37, but I've got a season ticket. The chap next to me is near in his 70s. Yeah. But we get on like a house on fire, and our common bond is Grimsby Town. Yeah. So it's a great opportunity to address and meet that cohort. But going back to what you said, Phil, the support that we can give in regards to addressing those issues that any of those people may have, no matter what their age. You know, work and employment, if it's appropriate for that individual, can contribute massively to raising their well-being. And what we want to do is give them the tools to sustain themselves in the workplace, but also give them the knowledge to be able to disclose that actually if they are struggling, there's a wide range of tools, be it through a service like NAViGO, be it through their employer that they can use, that can be put in place as a reasonable adjustment, so that not only can they be kept in the workplace, but there's a pathway for them to explore and look at how they can make that recovery.
Okay. Joe Schofield, so Grimsby Town Education Trust is a standalone charity, have I got that right?
It's the charity that's affiliated to the Grimsby Town Football Club. So we're based at Blundell Park predominantly. We do a lot of delivery out in the community, in those hard-to-reach places. We do sessions on Sydney Park, we do sessions on Grant Thorold Park, in Shalom Youth Centre, really to provide some community sessions, but actually going into those areas which we know are most deprived and need us the most. We do a lot of school provision, so a lot of schools, primary schools in the area, commission us to deliver PE sessions, as well as support teachers with their CPD. We provide after-school clubs, recreational sessions on a weekend and an evening. But an area that I feel is really lacking is that gap that we've talked about. So those people who are older, who form a massive part of our community, who potentially, for example, I met one of the stands earlier, part of the community mental health team, the WISE team. They're able to do physical health checks for anybody, and I think that would be a great opportunity to host people to come to the ground, for example. So it's really looking at this as an exciting opportunity of how we can work together to meet the needs of everybody in the community. I was chatting earlier to the LGBTQ+ coordinator at NAViGO, and I got so excited about, we've got rainbow laces coming up. You know, there's so many opportunities of how we can work together. And as Simon said, you know, two massive players in this town who really have got loads of ambition and loads of potential to really make a difference to people's lives. We've seen, certainly I've only been in post since May, as you say, and I was taken back really by the poor mental health of our BTEC students, our 16 to 18-year-olds who during the pandemic were locked away in their houses, getting through GCSEs, and the toll that's taken on our, and this is a group of young males, but that group it's just mind-blowing to think how that compares with, you know, my years of the same age as a girl. And it just blows me away that the people are openly talking about their mental health from a younger age and saying that they want support, they want help, they want to know what they can do to improve their mental well-being. So the fact, again, that this partnership exists, I really hope that it helps with training our staff around the demographics of the town, specifically raising awareness in those areas that we want it to. So yeah, absolutely get really excited about how we can see this working for us.
Brilliant, Joe, thank you. Nathan, the power of the badge, it was something Joe mentioned when we started talking, that the power of the badge, whether it's a Grimsby, whether it's a Lincoln, a Boston or whatever. What's your experience of that? I mean, perhaps even growing up when you were a youngster yourself getting into football, the power of the badge is a big thing?
Yeah, because there's a sense of belonging, which is important in a community, and football definitely gives that. You know, I think it was mentioned before about, you know, you could get a supporter that comes on a Saturday and then gets very lonely when they leave the game, and they've got the whole week, and then there's a game again at the weekend to look forward to. So it is part of people's identity, really, a football club, that's for sure. And it's something that I've seen firsthand with being on the pitch and having that connection with the supporters, that it's not till, suppose, you go on the other side of it and you step out of football to realise how important it is for the supporters to have that as well.
Yeah, and how was it for you when you initially took that break from football? It's something that will come up this afternoon with Paul Merson, I'm guessing, but how was it for you? Did you already have a plan in mind? Because you'll have seen the kind of people perhaps you see these days that don't have a plan, don't have a direction, don't have a grasp on where they want to go, where they want to be. Was that you, or did you already have an idea?
I think mine came from personal experience, really. It wasn't designed for me to leave football at 30. I was still fit and healthy, but I suppose the special connection I have with Grimsby, not just the football club but the town, is I lived here when I was going through those personal experiences off the pitch. So my drive in mental health very much stems from a bereavement and those personal experiences at my time at Grimsby. So yeah, going into this line of work now, it's just great to see that the football club and the town are actually coming together to make sure that, you know, there's these hard-reached conversations available now to people.
You know, what's interesting to me is that already just talking, the kind of scope of the work you've got to do, and the scope of the work you guys already do is enormous. Where's the money come from, Simon? I mean, are you resourced enough? Do we resource enough as a community to be able to take this challenge on?
Well, as the Chief Exec of the Mental Health Trust, I'm sort of duty-bound to say, no, there's not enough money, and there never will be enough money. You know, we know that 25% of the disease burden across the whole of the world is mental health. Yeah. And we know in the UK somewhere between 12 and 13% of the funding goes towards mental health. So there's already a huge disparity there. And there's a massive, massive amount of unmet mental health need and unrecognised mental health need out there, exacerbated by the pandemic. But, you know, and we're just seeing the sort of the impact of that coming our way, and it'll be with us for a few years to come, I think, in terms of until we can get on top of that demand. I suppose as an organisation like NAViGO, that is based and fundamentally rooted in its community, we're not a £400 million mental health trust spanning a huge geography that nobody identifies with. We're a small mental health organisation. We're a large employer, but we're very small mental health-wise. We have that ability to focus on our community. We recognise that you've got to use the money wisely, and using the money wisely for us means getting involved in an awful lot of preventative work, and that's what this partnership with Grimsby Town is. It's stopping the demand as early as you possibly can, picking up that need as soon as you can to stop people getting to a mental health crisis. So mental health crisis is our version of accident and emergency. So a mental health crisis, then possibly a bed-based stay, then possibly intensive home treatment. You know, if people get into that cycle, A, it's very expensive, B, it's very, very damaging for people's future prosperity and prospects. So the earlier we can get people, the earlier we can support them to get their life back on track and not need the intervention of our more clinically edged services that NAViGO provides. So it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy for us. Get people early, stop the pressure on beds, stop the pressure on demand, and also make a huge difference to people's lives in a positive way.
As a society, jobs, employment's important, isn't it? Because you know, again, it gives us that sense of purpose, whatever that sense of purpose is for you at whatever stage of life you're at. And I accept totally that that changes as you get older and as you move around life. But at what stage then, Ross, do you start talking to people, and how do you dovetail with Joe? Can you dovetail with Joe to sort of look at the badge side of it and work with employment around the football club?
Oh, absolutely. I think when we talk about linking in with the badge, as a huge fan of the club, I've already fanboyed to Nathan just before we met.
Let's move away for a sec, come on.
But if I look at what happened last season, it was a journey of new ownership, getting out of the league and the ups and downs, and I was privileged to be in a bit of an email conversation with some senior members of staff, especially when we made promotion, and that connection with the club and the badge, you can almost translate that to somebody who has an employment-related goal, where they may present to our service and their belief is that, oh, I'm not at that stage yet. And the beauty of what we offer within NAViGO is that we don't just offer a mental health pathology of, here's a clinical intervention. It's, right, let's look at the wider picture. And we've had some fantastic presentations already from other services, the Market Street that we've got, the other services that highlight how we can all link together and look at the social stressors, where we might offer the clinical intervention that may make that person feel better from a mental health perspective, but the issue that's causing them stress, be it financial debt, unemployment, benefits, housing, etc., is still there.
Yeah.
But now we are looking at that wider approach of supporting them to be able to alleviate those worries and get them back engaging with the community. And I think going back to what you said, it's a journey. And that first step, you know, you can link to it to what the club has done. And I certainly think that the opportunities with the Sports and Education Trust to work together to send out that message and open those opportunities so we can influence that behaviour, it ties hand in hand with each other.
It's gone. It's talking about lunch now. It did say men's mental health up there till a few moments ago. But we work way along the line and start with you, Joe, and ask you about women, though, and girls in the kind of situation we're talking about, because increasingly football is a game that's open to men, women, and any group. We see it on telly all the time. We don't tend. I don't tend to talk about women and mental health the same kind of way. It's probably because I'm a boring old bloke. But do you see a similar kind of need amongst females in the community?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I said earlier, we work predominantly with school-aged children, so we're right at that front end of reaching those children that need additional support to get them through this period of time that might be a result of the pandemic, it might be a result of their living situation or something else. And that's really amongst boys and girls. I can't say that there's more boys than girls at that age that are experiencing difficulties with their mental health, even though they're probably not able to recognise that at such a young age. As we've just started working with girls and young women, specifically on football programmes, so we've got Wildcats, which is 5 to 11, we've got then 12 to 14 and 14 to 16-year-old sessions for our young girls and our older girls. It's something that we will evaluate as we're going through the developing that arm of our charity, if you like. So as we reach to a point where girls are going for trials in the way that boys would be, or they're going into an emerging talent centre. The nearest one to us at the moment is Lincoln. But as girls are progressing in their footballing career, and we are there supporting them at grassroots level, that's definitely something that we'll be keeping our eye on in the same way that we're working with the boys. Because equally, whilst girls can work really hard and get into an emerging talent centre, it might be that then, because of development, because of an age, it might be that they need to step away, come back into our sessions for a period of time until the play gets to where it might need to be again, in the same way that the boys would in the academy. So I think it's fair to say that the mental health of those younger people, whether that be through our Boys Elite Academy or whether that be through our girls pathway, that their mental health and those travelling with them on their ups and downs as they're embarking upon what they hope to be a professional career is absolutely, you know, essential part of what we will do, because we can be the blanket around those people and bringing in specific services at specific times in their career, whether that be, you know, at grassroots level or whether that be as a first team player. So we really want this to be all encompassing for both our boys and our girls.
Okay. Simon, have you seen a change from the point of view, if you like, of the overview of NAViGO and what you do? Have you seen a change in that sort of demographic split or shift? Are you finding there are more services going towards men than women, or what are you seeing from your perspective?
I think the demand has increased right across the board, Phil, if I'm honest. I think as I mentioned earlier, as we come out of the pandemic, there's a certain amount of unmet need, or need that's been hidden behind a closed door for 2 years to a certain extent, that's manifested itself in then a mental health problem that's emerged from behind that front door. We know, particularly in older adults, we know the prevalence of dementia and Alzheimer's and things like that. The diagnosis rates for that are increasing. We know that there's way more prevalence in that. There's huge difficulties in meeting the demand in older adults, particularly for things like complex dementia, complex Alzheimer's, those sorts of things. So that demand is huge. And also at the younger age group, as Joe's just articulated as well, there's a demand coming because we've got a generation behind us now who are a lot happier to talk about their mental health and well-being. Every day's a learning day. I learned so much from my 14-year-old daughter who comes home and tells you stories from school. You think, nobody would have said anything like that when I was at school 10 years ago. But there's that increasing demand there, not necessarily for secondary mental health services, but for something to reach out to people. Yeah. And I think the more we perpetuate the existing systems and the way of dealing with mental health problems, the more problems we're going to face. I think we need a completely and fundamentally different way of viewing mental health. We need a change in the way it's funded, and we need a change in the way it's viewed. Back to that what I said earlier about that prevention agenda and keeping people well, not waiting for people to get poorly and then trying to patch them up. It's actually trying to keep them well in the community. And we instinctively know that the way that our organisation works is what we say is it's somewhere to live, somewhere to work, and someone to love. If you've got those three things in your life, your mental health is likely to be stable. So back to Ross, somewhere to work, or it's somewhere to call home. It's a purpose. It's a reason for being. It's a reason for getting out of bed in the morning. Not necessarily paid employment, but that feeling of being part of a community or part of something that helps keep us all stable. A roof over your head, somewhere to work, someone to love.
And Nathan, are you seeing that? Again, back to your job, day in, day out, you're seeing a different group of people, not just footballers, but you're working in prisons, for example. The kind of themes that came out there from Simon, do you identify with those themes? Are you seeing the love thing is an interesting one, the love and support thing, and you know, whether that's from a kind of traditional family grouping or whatever, are you seeing that kind of breakdown relationship feeding through into some of the issues you're dealing with?
Yeah. There's a wide variety of issues, but I really love the preventing side of it, because I think personally, from being in this line of work for the last 5 years, it should be part of a personal development plan. I believe. I think that, like you say, every day is a school day. I think everybody should be developing themselves in whatever area that is, and rather than waiting to intervene at crisis stage, I think that daily practices, putting practical things, strategic tools and practical tools in organisations, in the workplace is valuable, and also just bring it to people's attention what's available and what's out there as well, because there is, I mean, just looking around today, there's so many services involved.
Absolutely, yeah.
And so, but if I didn't come here today, I wouldn't necessarily know that there's that many services. So I think it's obviously bringing attention to it and seeing what's available out there. But I just go back to the prevention thing. I think that if you look at schools, I've worked in schools where there's probably more room for that in terms of the well-being side of things, and being ahead of the curve and being proactive rather than reactive.
Ross, back to the employment thing. Grimsby is right at the cutting edge, isn't it, of so much to do with renewables and the brave new world. Do you tap into that? Is that a helpful industry to be talking to at the moment? And I suppose back to the thing about women and their mental health. Have we still got a very traditional model in and around the Grimsby area of the women raise the kids, they don't go out to work, or do you see that all shifting?
I've certainly seen it shifting. I mean, in the local area, we have a scheme called WIME, getting women into manufacturing and engineering.
Right.
And that's embedded itself in a lot of the provision available in the area. But going back to seeing people moving into the new industry of renewables, one of the aspects of somebody presenting to us is that they might be stuck in a rut. And what we look at is, okay, what can we do to influence that behaviour? And it might be, okay, if they've identified this opportunity of renewables which could lead to higher wages, or the positives of that, what can we do to enhance that situation? So it might be, well, what's your capability of it? And then we would link in with partner organisations to look at training opportunities. And then what we talk about is how that motivates them to move forward. So that aspect of changing their behaviour to say, right, I'm in an entry-level job, for example. I have aspirations of wanting to move into an area that's going to be, exploding onto the scene. How do I get there? We will open up those doors, equip them with the knowledge, and look to empower them, to motivate them to believe that actually I can do that. And what we have to remember is if somebody is presenting with anxiety, for example, it's characterised by over-worrying. If somebody's suffering from depression, it's characterised by low mood, feeling hopeless sometimes. And what we offer at NAViGO is that combined approach of supporting them overcome that mental health issue, but then opening the doors where we can contribute to the well-being and the resilience increasing by looking at an industry that they can move forward to if they have an employment-related goal. So yeah, essentially, the best way I'd describe it is that they might feel that they're in a dark tunnel, not sure where to go, we're the torch.
Okay.
We'll find it for you.
You're the torch, and there's been the other three have mentioned this whole kind of concept, I suppose, of people going to a football game. You mentioned before we chatted as well, going to a football game, you see somebody, you sit next to them, that person may not see anybody else to the next football match, but presumably the employment thing is the kind of, that's the thing that blocks that hole. You suddenly got a different circle of people, you got a different purpose as well. So again, back to the sort of relationship between you two guys, that must be a really important one to get rolling, because Joe can feed into you and you can feed back to Joe, and if we can get that bit working, that's a huge step in the right direction.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Joe, let me ask you about, again, perhaps an older demographic thing, looking at it as an older man myself, and I mentioned to you that, a sort of personal interest in this, I suppose. A friend of mine, 50-year-old, completely out of the blue, where are we now? Earlier this year it was, I just heard on the grapevine that he wasn't well. And now this fella's in a good job, he's confident, gregarious, you would think, to the entire world, successful man, family man, depressed as hell. Nobody knew it was happening to him, and he was on the verge of taking his own life. Now, fortunately, he picked up the phone and he said, "Phil, I don't know what the heck I'm doing," and we've been able to sort of move the conversation on from there a little bit. But there are a lot of people like my friend. I've realised subsequently, as I've looked around, lots more pockets of men who are involved in bits and pieces perhaps, and they're forcing themselves to be involved with an Andy's Man Club because that's the way they're going to try and get out of it. But how are you going to help those people? I mean, very specifically, what do people get if they come to you?
So at the moment, they'll get information and signposting to services that are out there that are specialists that can actually help. They can provide support, and they know the professionals, they know what they're doing. So I think in the first instance, if it was today, that's what they would get. We're also, we've been invited to join the North East Lincolnshire Council Suicide Prevention Strategy Working Group. So we will be there to talk about what we can do, how we can support these people, what in the future. I mean, this is just a new relationship that we're building, but we really hope to make a difference and be able to shape some of the opportunities that will come from that strategy into delivering something to those men who may find themselves in those situations. like, as you said quite rightly, we've got an Andy's Man Shed here locally. Doc Spears, I think they have a mental health drop-in session for men to come and talk. You know, it isn't about taking over what is already there and working well, but it's about how we can use the badge to really promote other things that are going on, and really making a difference to people's lives. I think in terms of making people aware of where they can go for help, whether that be a support session that's a drop-in, or whether that be you know, suicide awareness, a suicide prevention service, you know, that kind of information we need to be making available to anybody. We do that through our programs. We can do that through social media, through our website. Our role at the moment is to facilitate that information flow. I do hope in the future we will be actually providing some of those services or hosting some of those services either at Blundell Park or another facility in the community that is branded as ours, so people are attracted to come to us.
All right. Simon, away from the football thing, but we'll come back to that, but I'm wondering about the military. It's an area I associate, I think, because of the great success of the Armed Forces Day here every year, you know, the association with the military, ex-service personnel, and I think we all know as well there's a big group at risk there of people that have worked in the military, come out of the military and for whatever reasons find themselves really lost, baffled, bewildered, and so on and so forth. Do you as an organisation, do you help? Can you provide a service there, or is that something that's kind of dealt with over there?
No, actually, I think it was probably about 3 years ago now, Phil. I think supporting our veterans' mental health was actually one of our projects of the year at NAViGO. So today there are 6 projects being put forward to look for funding support. So if the organisation makes a surplus, we use some of that surplus money to support a new and emerging need or scheme that's been brought forward by our membership. One that was brought forward, let's say, I think it was 3 years ago, it was called Restoring Our Veterans' Mental Health, and it actually won the support. So there's a project going on at the moment through our psychology team, reaching out to military veterans to try and get them to reach out for support. Because as you know, we talk about men's mental health and the difficulty of men talking about mental health. There's also a significant stigma in the media and in the military for military personnel reaching out for mental health support. There's sort of the stiff upper lip, you know, I'm a soldier, I don't, you know, no show of weakness, etc. So that's a difficult nut to crack. We are actively looking at that at the moment to try and get into the military, but often you find military personnel will only trust other military personnel. And so you've got to look at it getting in at that level. So we're working actively with the chap who runs the Armed Forces Day at Cleethorpes. He's very senior in the military, to try and get him on board to try and open up the conversation amongst those military personnel and get them to reach out for help. Because there's so much PTSD in the military that needs unwrapping and unravelling and sorting out. It's a huge challenge, but it's one that we're trying to meet head on in NAViGO, but it's a hard slog. There's a lot going on there. Yeah.
Nathan, I don't want to pry. I don't want to ask specifically about what it was at the root of your own mental health troubles when you were here, when you were playing. You said your career finished early. But can you reflect for us on how it was now, with the benefit of a few years, you're away from it, I'm hoping you're back to good health, you look fit and healthy, you're doing a great job. How do you view those very dark days now?
I think life's to be lived forward, but to be understood backwards. So I, at the time, thought it was just one external event that caused me to experience some mental health issues, but when you actually look at your childhood and connect the dots going right back to your earliest memories, there's a lot in your childhood to some degree. Everybody's different, but certainly in mine there was trauma in there. There was some things that I've experienced which was negative experiences that didn't catch up with me till later on in my career. So one thing that I've learned is that when we look at dealing with people with mental health, we have to identify what that root is and get the root and pull it out. Otherwise, I use the term, you kind of spray weed killer on your problems, but you're not actually getting the roots. And and pulling them out. So very much my approach is the practical tools that I give people to be able to do that effectively.
And does that still help you doing that job these days? Does it still help you in your own head sort of reconcile everything you've been through?
I think, yeah, the understanding of your journey and understanding, you know, we're born into families, and you've got to understand your parents' behaviour and their kind of upbringing, and it goes on for generations. And so when you have an understanding of that, then becomes compassion and understanding.
Yeah.
And so that can do a lot of healing for yourself. And then, like I said, when we kind of look at, you know, what these root cause, we live in a cause-effect world, so there's always a cause to how you're feeling. Once you can identify what that is and deal with that, then you can kind of eliminate those issues and then start to apply those daily practices that I talked about to look after your well-being. I think it's a sustained, ongoing thing.
Yeah, okay. And it's interesting you say that, you know, often the root causes are way back there. You're here in your life, and it's way back there. And I wonder if you come across that, Ross, when you're doing your job and you're talking to younger people or even older people about jobs and opportunities, but because dad or mum did that, or gran or grandpa would never entertain that as a business, whether there's still a resistance in some instances to a job or a career direction.
I think it's a factor that we take into consideration. One of the aims that we have is exploring what it is that they want to achieve. How do they achieve it, and what goals do they prosper from that? So if that ties in with their values, we try and link that together and link how that will improve their well-being. So yeah, we can see that there's challenges, but we want them to feel that they're making that decision, and empower them to think, right, this is the path that I want to go down.
Let me ask you, and this will probably be pretty much the final thing, I think, then we'll see if there are any questions from the audience. Let me ask you, as on a kind of much bigger level, each of you, as a society, if there was one thing, I'll start perhaps with you, Joe, if there was one thing as a society we could do that will make a difference today, this afternoon, tomorrow, to the job you all do, what would that thing be?
I think for me it would be to ensure that from a really young age we know how to talk to people about their feelings and about opening up, and just making sure that it's okay to ask somebody if they're okay, because we might say fleetingly, oh, you know, good morning, everything all right, are you okay, and not even hear the answer, because it's just something we do to greet one another. But really, when we know that there's something not right for somebody, it's knowing what to say, how to say it, you know, finding the right time, the right space to do that. And for me, that opening that conversation that you know is going to be tricky, because you know that behind that smiley face that somebody's putting on every day, you know that there's things not quite right.
Yeah.
And being brave to ask that question, because you know that the response could be really quite difficult, but it could save someone's life. And for me, that would be the magic wand.
Okay, I'm going to come back to Simon at the end, but let me ask you, Nathan, same question to you. In your experience, what would be the one thing we could all do today that would make a difference?
I think get to know ourselves. I think that, and I say that in a sense of, you know, looking at your own journey, understanding your journey, and kind of doing more, operate from more internal experiences rather than external events, which I mentioned earlier. So we kind of live our life, don't we, habitually conditioned. We go to work and we're on this kind of wave unconsciously, if you like, but just making conscious decisions, just daily practices, look at personal development and self-development, self-improvement, and kind of making sure that that's prioritised in people's schedule.
Yeah.
Rather than seeing it as like a treat or a one-off thing, actually trying to implement that in your daily lives if you can. It only has to be 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. For those who don't have the time, but I just, that would be for me, is just to get to know yourself and build a healthier relationship with yourself, really.
Brilliant, thank you. Ross Albury, the one thing that would make a difference this afternoon, today, tomorrow?
I could cheat to say a combination of everything that's just been said. I think from my own personal experience, I wish I'd talked to my friend when I wasn't feeling so great and I made myself unwell, I was poorly, I was off work. And actually, when I did, summon the courage, I guess, of saying to my friend, oh, I've been too great. And the first thing he says, why didn't you talk to me? And I think, yeah, why didn't I? Yeah. And when I speak to people now, I encourage them, be it to a professional, be it to somebody in the workplace, and talk about mental health first aiders, using that opportunity to talk, because a problem shared is a problem halved.
Yeah, I was saying to you, wasn't I, before we came up here to chat, that the BBC's got very good over the last 5 years or so at talking to people, identifying people that might be having issues, because the sort of job I do, and certainly now, I do a lot of my job from home, so I go into work if I'm actually on the radio, but most of the time you're at home. So if you're not careful, you lose touch with people, those social networks go. So the BBC's got a load of people trained up to be mental health first aiders, and it's just lovely to know they're there. Yeah. All right, then final thought then, Simon, you're hearing what everybody else is saying. What, in your experience, would make the difference, the big difference today, this afternoon or tomorrow?
I will cheat and say, in terms of what Joe, Ross and Nathan have just said, I was really struck by Paul Merson's, who's coming up this afternoon. Yeah. Paul's hour or so that he walked through Yorkshire and spent the time with the camera. If you've seen that on the BBC, if you haven't seen it, I'd advise you to go and see it. Paul sort of talking to himself, doing exactly what Nathan's just said, trying to understand why he is where he is, talking about mental health, talking about himself, and doing some self-growth and self-development, that sort of stuff. It sounds a luxury, as Nathan put it, but I think it's so important just to go out and spend that time with yourself and with others. And life is so busy now. Life is so busy, it's so over the top. You're always in the spotlight of social media. You're always absorbed in something, but taking that time out for yourself, whether that be talking to someone, as Joe quite rightly said, or spending some time doing some self-development, as Nathan said, I think that's hugely important for keeping yourself mentally and physically healthy and well.
Fantastic, thank you. Right, look, I said I would allow some time at the end for questions. Do we actually have a roving mic? Or we do, lovely. I'll just stand up and see if I can spot anybody. Perhaps you could pop a hand in the air if there's a question you'd like to ask to any of our panellists down here at the front. Thank you very much. Or you whistle away, we don't mind.
Hi, my name's Jo Barnes and I'm Chief Executive of Nurtrio and our parent company, I'm delighted to say, NAViGO. So we're a new member of the NAViGO family. One of our specialisms is working with people with learning disabilities, many of whom are ardent Grimsby Town fans. So Jo, is there anything specifically that you could think that you could do to engage with those cohort of people? I only met a couple of them on Tuesday who were delighted because they were going to the Tuesday evening match. I'm sorry you lost. But is there anything that you think that, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it's a conversation I'd really like to have.
No, that's great, and yes, please, let's pick that up. But just to say, we have Grimsby Town Ability Counts football team, so we have 3 teams aged 16 plus that are in the Ability Counts Football League, which the Links FA run. In addition to that, new and exciting opportunity has come up. Hopefully, we'll be starting that in the after the October half term, and that's working in primary schools across North East Lincolnshire. So we really want to work with teachers to provide PE sessions in schools, which will hopefully get kids interested in football, and then that will lead on to community sessions. So instead of our offer at the moment is 16 plus, we will be able to work with children from age 5 right through to adults. So that's our first step in the direction of our expanding our offer in terms of disability And then, as you've quite rightly said, everybody wants a ticket to a match and everybody enjoys the match. So definitely drop me an email and we can sort that out.
Yeah, and Joe, you're absolutely right. I mean, this wasn't something in my head we could sort of subdivide in the time we had, but we're talking very generally about mental health, the causes of somebody to have poor mental health. That's one thing. There are people that are on the spectrum, that's another thing. You know, there's a whole range, isn't there, of sort of, you know, mental health issues that we could talk about and address, but we just didn't have time today. But it's a great point, and thank you for it. Is there another question? Somebody at the back there? Yeah, hi.
I'm Joe Adiotomre. I found this discussion going on very, very important. Men don't agree that they can be subjected to mental health problems. And I am talking from experience. A lot of things can contribute to people having mental problems. I grew up in a very protected family. I was not exposed to any form of stress until I had stress in my later life of my career. And when I was going through this stress, I couldn't believe it is happening to me. I went into depression. I'm not a rich man, I'm not a poor man. I'm self-sufficient. And my friends couldn't understand why I should be depressed. And when you are depressed, you go into this dark tunnel. And I was in the dark tunnel for quite some time. Even my family couldn't understand why I should be depressed. So people should understand there are so many reasons why people should be depressed. And looking back from what the man said there, the person from Grimsby Football Club, a lot of things can make you to be depressed. Now, actually now, I know what happened to me because I was brought up from a protected family. I was not exposed to stress or anything hard. And when, in later part of my career, I was exposed to stress, that was, and now thinking back, that was what did it. And people talk about being you should be able to protect what you are a man, what is called this issue.
Is there a specific question? So I'm hearing about every third word, and it sounds really interesting because you're talking about your own situation, stress you had in your own life, your own depression that wasn't necessarily caused by the kind of things we've been talking about. Is that right? Have I got that?
We can pick it up one-to-one if you want.
Yeah, Simon's saying if you'd like to chat one-to-one, because we're going to break in a minute.
Yeah.
Can I just take on point from something you did say there, and back to something, Nathan, you were saying about everybody's on their own journey, effectively. And what I gathered from the gent there was, doesn't do football particularly, you know, in a reasonably balanced life, decent prospects, quite comfortable. Suddenly depression comes in from nowhere, which is something I can identify with, I can tell you as well. How do you as an individual cope in that situation? There's nothing in your life to suggest that you might be under the cosh, but suddenly, bang, there you are, and you are depressed. What do you do about it?
I think we've touched on quite a lot of things today, but you know, when it comes to participating in your own rescue, if you like, it does start with you. Yes, there's support out there, but like you mentioned about speaking to your friend and you wish you asked that question, you have to play your part and your role to be able to seek the help and find the help and try and climb out of that situation, if you like. And you know, there's been talk about prevention earlier, and that's very much why that's important, so it don't get to that stage where people are in a crisis.
Okay. One more question perhaps, and then we'll break for lunch. If there's anybody, where's Mr. Roving Mike, gentleman? He was right behind you, madam. There he goes. He's right there. Thank you.
Hi, I'd like to ask a question regarding unpaid carers. How will you expand your offer for male unpaid carers, please?
Unpaid carers, how are we going to expand the offer to unpaid carers?
Well, yeah, obviously we recognise that carers are a huge part in people with mental health conditions, and I know it's Marie who asked the question. I know Marie's a huge advocate for carers. We're working closely with the Integrated Care Board now, Marie, it's the ICB, to pull together a carers strategy, because we do recognise the amount of unpaid carers that there are out there and how important they are as part of the recovery and rehabilitation journey for people. So we're always looking at new ways to get people engaged, new ways of setting up new groups for carers and things like that, and I'm sure Joe will do similar through the Sports and Education Trust as well. So all ideas welcome, really. I suppose we haven't got all the answers within the organisation, and we recognise that we haven't got all the answers, so the more ideas that come forward, the more of those sorts of things we can act on. And I can't see you, Marie, but because the light's in my face.
Yeah, that's it.
Hello.
Brilliant. Ladies and gents, we've only just scratched the surface, of course. We're only ever going to scratch the surface here, but it's been wonderful to spend an hour chatting with Nathan Arnold and Simon Beaton and Ross Albury and Joe Schofield. Will you give them the traditional sign of your appreciation? That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you, folks. Well done, guys. Break for lunch, I believe.
Thank you very much, Phil, and thank you, panellists. Fascinating discussion, and it just confirms that, yes, it's an exciting partnership between NAViGO and Grimsby Town, but we've got a far broader challenge on our hands. But thank you, I found that absolutely fascinating. Now to lunch. Right, so we've got an hour and a half for lunch, but you've got a few things to do. So first of all, lunch is being served upstairs. Do enjoy the display boards. Do take the time to network and to catch up with people who you may not have seen for some time. If you'd like to vote for the project of the year, please make sure that you do that online by 1:15. If you're struggling, you can pop to reception and one of the team will help you. Please buy some raffle tickets for Gardner Hill, and we'll see you back here at 1:30 p.m. So have a great lunchtime. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello. Oh. Hi, just a minute to go till we start the formal annual general meeting, so if people could be taking their seats, that would be fantastic. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch. We'll be with you in 1 minute. Thank you. Hello, could all the NAViGO board members please take their seats at the front of the auditorium, please, so we can start? Come on, Mr. Reeves, stop chatting, come on. I can see you. Right, we'll make a start because we've got a lot to pack in this afternoon. So I do hope you've all enjoyed your lunch, and before we welcome our very special guest, there is a little bit of business that we actually need to do as part of the AGM. And I just want to remind you what this part of the AGM is actually about. This is where we account for what we've done over the last 12 months in terms of taking forward the membership objectives that you set us for 21-22, how we've managed the money in making progress against those objectives, and we also will be talking about some of our plans for the future. We also have a fantastic guest joining us today, more of that in a minute, and we also get to celebrate your achievements today with both the Chair's Awards and the Members' Awards, and of course announcing the Best Display Board. We'll also cover some voting results, so what has been the result of the vote on the project of the year. I hope you all enjoy this afternoon and that you feel by the end of it that we've actually fulfilled our responsibility to account to you for how the organisation is actually performing. So before we move on to actually accept the minutes of the last AGM, I would just like to introduce the members of the NAViGO board. So I think I can just see you through the light. So first of all, I'll introduce Kath Lavery, who is the Deputy Chair and Non-Executive. Very welcome, Kath. Simon, who you'll all know, stand up, Simon, give everybody a wave. Janine Smith, our Director of Operations. The infamous Mr. Reeve, who everybody knows. Anna Morgan, our Director of Corporate Services, and Amma Sajjad, our Medical Director. So, we published the minutes of the last annual general meeting on our website. Hope you've all had the opportunity to look at those minutes. And can I, through a show of hands, see whether you are happy to accept the minutes of the last AGM? Thank you very much. Those minutes are therefore accepted. I'm now going to bring on two very special guests. Phil, who you've already met this morning, who has kindly agreed to host our next session. Phil White from Radio Humberside, and of course Paul Merson. Now I'll just let them get seated before I complete the introduction. So come on, Phil. Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. Have a seat. Have a few.
Thank you.
So a very warm welcome again to Phil, who's helping us out today with his interview skills. And Phil has been a radio presenter with Radio Humberside since 2005. And of course, I'd like to introduce our very special guest, Paul Merson, Arsenal legend, soccer pundit, and now author as well. Paul, it's a great privilege.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's a great privilege to welcome you to the NAViGO AGM today. Not only as an exceptionally gifted footballer and analyst of the game, but for me personally, because of the very human story that you actually have to tell. How you achieved what you did on the pitch, despite the anxiety that beset so many aspects of your life. The career-long struggle with the addiction illness, a battle that you still fight today, and your bravery in sharing your story with the world to help others who may be facing a similar issue, but also pushing for reform, particularly within the gambling industry. I think you have so much to offer our audience today, and I'm so looking forward to hearing from you.
Thank
I'll
you.
hand over to Phil.
Thank you.
Lovely, thank you. Author? Go on, when did that appear?
To be fair, I say author. I mean, I just talk and someone writes it down. I'm dyslexic, so you wouldn't want to read my book. I wrote a book about, it's called Hooked, just about my life, about my addictions, really. And, you know, as like being here today, just to try and help that one person. I find with addiction and mental health, especially with my addiction, you know, Paul's doing well now, and you know, he's been over 2 years without a bet and 3 years without a drink, nearly 4 years. But I left an hand grenade behind me. You know, I hurt a lot of people. And, you know, someone like my wife now, still on edge now, even though I'm not. My wife is, because she, you know, so she has some bad days herself because she doesn't know if Paul's going to go back or not. So, you know, sometimes we don't think of we think of the person, but not everybody in the background as well.
So, Paul, when was the big outing for you? I mean, I'm thinking 2018, 2019, probably when it came to my kind of attention. But was that it for you? Was that when everybody started to know about your addiction?
Yeah, I think the people that were in recovery many years ago would probably have been sitting on the outside who didn't even know me and would have gone, he's not well, he's got an illness. But I didn't know. I just thought I was a bad person who was always trying to get good and always failing miserably.
Really? So you had all that guilt you were carrying around?
100%. I didn't know I was an ill person. I know today I'm an ill person who needs to get well on a daily basis. Before, I just used to think I just let people down for fun, you know, and it was just a horrible. It was a circle of when I stopped. The self-respect, this self-worth. I used to hate myself with a passion.
Yeah.
I hated myself with a passion, and the only way of getting out of that was to go and do what I was doing before. Because it all went out.
Was this always when you were?
Always.
Peak of your football success.
Yeah, always.
So how? I mean, that's a weird contrast. So on the one hand, you got this self-loathing, but on the other, you are completely worshipped and adored by tens of thousands of people at Highbury and around the world as an England player. How did you reconcile that in your head then?
I didn't. I always wanted to be someone else. I never wanted to be me. I always wanted to be someone else. I always thought I was not worthy. I thought I was not good enough. Yeah. Everybody I ever met, I always thought, I wish I was him. I wish I was him.
Yeah.
You know, today I don't. Today I like being me. I'm happy in my skin because I know now. I know what's wrong with me. I know I'm ill, and I know I have an illness, and I accept that today. when you don't know, I think it's one of the most horrible feelings in the world, is to know that you're not well and you don't know that you're not well. And you keep on going out there, and it's destruction after destruction, and not knowing, and you're beating yourself up badly. And that's why I do these things, because that one person might just listen and go, you know what, I get that, that's me, or if he can do it, I can do it. Because, addiction, addiction takes anybody.
Sure.
Mental health takes anybody. It's not, we'll take him or him. It could take, I'm a professional. I played football at the top level. It took me.
Have you always had an addictive personality?
Oh, I don't know about that, because I wasn't good at school, so I didn't get addicted to school, if I'm being honest. So I wouldn't have known about that. All I know that I was very insecure as a little kid. I was very, very nervous. I mean, I used to have to come off the pitch because I had palpitations.
Right.
Heart was pumping, and I went to the doctors, and the doctor said, just stop playing. Now, that would have been probably when I was about 10 years of age. So that was 44 years ago. Today that's anxiety.
Yeah.
I was getting anxiety attacks. In them days, it was palpitations,
So is that pressure you're putting on yourself at 10 years old, or was this pressure from other sources, seeing a talented footballer and thinking this guy could go places, but he needs to work hard, and so on and so forth?
I don't know. At 10 years of age, you don't know, do you? If I knew at 20 what I know now, I mean, it would be a different life. But that wasn't the case. So I don't know. I know I was very insecure. I was very detached. Always wanted to be around my dad.
Yeah.
Always wanted to be around my dad. And then one day I went into a betting shop with my first wages, and you'd have honestly thought I was walking onto a spaceship.
Yeah.
It just took me completely out the way I felt about myself, and then that's when it all started.
So tell me about that then. So what kind of feelings, and looking back on it now, what was the emotion that it triggered in you?
No fear. Yeah? No fear. Addiction takes you away. Paul's addiction didn't care about anybody. And I'm a nice person.
Yeah.
I personally think I am. I'm kind. But in addiction, I don't care for anybody. And I don't mean that in a horrible way. That's the addiction. It completely takes over. And that's what it was like. It was just everything went away. It was like when I went onto a football pitch on a Saturday, for all the problems I had in the world, when I crossed that white line, it was a relief. It was like, for the next hour and a half, I'm just going to out enjoy it. And that's why I was probably the player I was in a way, because I didn't have any fear. I just went out and enjoyed myself. I thought, well, if I lose the ball, it's not the worst thing in the world, not with what's going on off the pitch and what's going on in my head. And my head wasn't a good place to be.
This isn't having a pop at Arsenal, but you were at Arsenal for a long time. You signed as an apprentice when you were 14 or thereabouts. Football in those days, though, they weren't looking out for the kind of emotions you're talking about?
Oh, 100% not. I mean, no, I don't blame anybody. I'm not a blame. I have an illness, and that's the way it is. But when I did come out with a drink, when I went into treatment for drinking and drinking and drugs, they didn't even mention the gambling. They had no interest in the gambling, because the gambling is not really going to affect your game, or they don't think it does, which it does. So, yeah, I don't. It was one of them things. Everybody was doing it at the time. What I couldn't get my head around was, why could people go out and go home and I couldn't go home?
Right.
I didn't get that one.
Well, you just had to keep going.
Yeah, I didn't get that one. I didn't, and that's when I used to beat myself up and think, how horrible are you? Everybody else is going home and you're still going out, and you've got kids at home with your wife, and and then your wife starts thinking that you don't love them, which is not the case. You don't love yourself. If you don't love yourself, I don't know in the world how you can love someone else.
So writing the book, I mean, has that been, I think the word is probably cathartic, so you got a chance to re-examine your life right from the beginning. What conclusions did you come to writing the book?
How strong addiction is.
Yeah.
How it completely and utterly takes your life over. How, as I said, you don't care for anything. You don't care for yourself, which is, you know, that's a major thing in itself. Who in the world don't care for themselves?
Yeah.
You know, it's destructive. I just found, yeah, how strong it is, how real, and what an illness it is. What an, you know, how strong an illness. You know, addiction wants you on your own. It wanted me on my own. It didn't want me around the players at the end. You know, it didn't want me mingling with the players. We had a famous thing called the Tuesday Club at Arsenal, and people old enough will know it, that we went out. I even withdrew from that in the end because my addictions went even further to drugs, and I didn't want the players to know that now.
And I know we're living at a different time now, but even so, the football family is a, if you believe what they say, it's a very supportive family. Was there nobody in your circle of friends, nobody you played with, who at any point said, "Merson, give it a rest"?
I wouldn't have listened even if they
Really?
did. No, I wouldn't have at the time. I didn't know. I just thought I was a young lad playing for Arsenal, and you're in it, you know. But you know, I still remember like yesterday that, you know, I'm 23 years of age. I'm playing for one of the biggest clubs in England. I have the best job in the world playing football, in my opinion. I'm getting good money, and I live 10 minutes from the training ground. It used to take me an hour to get to work because I just wanted to pull in front of a lorry and finish it all. I mean, the suicide thoughts going through my head were mind-blowing. And if someone was behind me in the car for 10 seconds, I'd pull over because I thought they was going to kill me. I thought they wanted to kill me.
That's
paranoia.
a dark place to be.
Yeah, and that's where I was. But I couldn't come out and say anything because how could you? You know, in them days, that was 93. So what we're talking 30 years ago, you know, everybody would have gone, how dare you? You know, you got the best job in the world. Sure. You know, I played with a player a few years on that if he was playing today would have been one of the best players in the world, and that was Stan Collymore.
Yeah.
I played with him at Aston Villa. He struggled with depression so badly, and people just thought he was ungrateful, he was rude, you know, and things like, and he wasn't. He was ill. He was ill, and if he was playing today, he was 6'2", he was quick, he could head the ball, could kick with both feet. He would have been one of the best players in the world, but he was judged because he had depression, and no one in them days had any interest.
Again, with the benefit of hindsight, which I know is a wonderful thing, do you look back on other people that you knew and played with and think, issues, he should, you know, did you see it in a lot of people?
Yeah, I try not to be judgmental, if I'm being honest. Not with my form. I see people, I see it now, I see people, and you know, exactly like I said when I was doing it, and there was people that in recovery would sit there and go, he's not well, he'll need to stop sooner than later. And I do see that now with people, but it's not my business. It's, you know, I do see it. I'm there if someone comes to me and they want to talk or you want to chat, and then I will, but I'm not one of them people that, you know, I'm going to go up to someone and say, I did with Neil Ruddock, so I'll take that back a bit, but I see that firsthand. I was with his company. I wouldn't knock on someone's front door and say it.
Sure. Let's move the conversation on a bit, and let me ask you then, at what point, you know, we've got a feeling for how your life was, we've got a sense of the sort of the black times you were having. At what point did you think, enough is enough, I've got to deal with this? Because there must have been a point.
It was 3 years. It was only just over 3 years ago. It was January the 6th. January the 6th. That would have been 2019.
Yep.
I was walking home on a Sunday night from the British Legion where I live. It wasn't one worse drink. You know, I hadn't been out for 2 or 3 days or anything like that. And I was walking home, and I just had enough of feeling the way I feel. You know, you can't keep on going through life feeling like this, suicidal, and having the thoughts that I had when I had a lovely family, and I wanted to sabotage it. And I just thought, that's enough. And the next day I rung up AA, and since then, my life's changed for the wildest dreams. I've heard it before, and people, you know, I used to think, but it has. You know, it is. You know, I used to think, well, if I stop drinking, I stop gambling and all that, I'm just going to be boring. You know, but that's not the case. I have much more fun today than what I had when I was out and I was active.
So interesting you call Alcoholics Anonymous and not a friend.
Yeah, I didn't know any friends really then. I didn't know anybody who were, I only hung around with people that were in my boat. You know, addiction will isolate you, or it'll want you with people in the same boat as you. It won't want people who are well. You know, it'll pull you away, and that's what that's what this did. It made me ring up. That's the only thing I knew. I'd been around it before, and I didn't get it. And I went through all that pain again for about 10, 12 years. Right. And I mean pain. You know, I'm not exaggerating. I wouldn't wish mental health and addictions on anybody. People need to understand that, you know, this is a major illness that is, it's a day at a time for the rest of my life. A day at a time. If you said to me now, you can't drink, gamble, or take drugs for the rest of your life, I couldn't do it.
And you can't guarantee you won't.
I wouldn't. But today I can guarantee it. Today I can. It's acceptable, and that's how I live my life. I don't care if you're the richest person in the world or the poorest person in the world. Whoever gets to live their life in the moment is the richest person in the world.
Paul, what do you remember of your first Alcoholics Anonymous meeting then?
I heard people going, they've been 10 years and a day at a time, and I was like, wow, I couldn't go 10 minutes. You know, it got that bad in the end. I'd been around it before, so I think it was the acceptance of going. When you go, I think that's the start. I mean, you know, my wife has said to me loads of times, you know, but, you know, I didn't want to listen. I didn't want to listen at the time, and then, you know, I was ready, and that was it. When I surrendered and I accepted that, you know, I'm an ill person who's trying to get well here, not a bad person who's trying to get good all the time and beating myself up, because that's not a nice way of living. You know, the self-worth, the self-esteem, you know, the guilt. I mean, that weighs on your shoulders in a big way.
You've got a room full of people here who deal with the sorts of issues you're talking about day in, day out. Would they have been any help to you at this point, or were you still in a strange place?
I think it comes with him first. I think it's all about in Paul's, in my story, in my life. It started with me. It has to start with me. I have to want it. You know, you need to not just talk the talk. You got to walk the walk. You know, and that was the thing for me. You know, I'd been around before, and you know, I went into treatment into a place in Arizona many years ago where they were, you know, where it was a bit, not One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. I don't want to sound like that. You know, it was my favourite film of all time, but it was take your tablets over the tannoy. Yeah. It was a bit, you know, you're here because you've done wrong, you know, not because you're not well. And I sort of flitted through that, if I'm being honest. Yeah. I didn't really take it in. I was never in the moment. So for me, when Paul said that's enough, that was a massive start. A massive start to be able to sort of separate myself from the addiction. You know, that was because my addiction was so powerful that I couldn't. You know, I couldn't say, yeah, I've had enough.
Yeah,
it sort of took that. Yeah. So it took a lot from me, not, you know, to do that, you know.
Okay. You're no stranger to TV, of course, one way or another. But how did the relationship come about that led to that BBC One programme, Football, Gambling and Me, it was called, wasn't it? 2021. I remember sitting there absolutely hooked for the entire hour. But how did the relationship come about that led to that?
Someone just asked about, because gambling's getting big now.
Yeah.
You know, let's not beat away, you know, Tony Adams' treatment centre, it's 70-30 gambling over drinking now for the first time. You know, it used to be 70-30 drinking and gambling. It's gone the other way. You know, we have a casino in our pocket, a walking casino with our phones. They're dangerous. And I was just asked, because I still think there's a stigma about gambling. I really do. I think everybody, maybe everybody in here, in their lives probably had a drink and probably sit there with an alcoholic, and you go, you know what, if I carried on and, you know, I've been drunk once and I could see that happening again, who knows?
Yeah.
for everybody in here, there's probably 5%. I bet there's not 5% of the people in here could write a bet out if they went into a betting shop.
Seriously?
I would say so. I would say so. And I think with drink and drugs, you have to put it in your body. You know, if you want to get drunk, you know, the famous saying, you know, one drink's too many and 100's not enough. You know, and the drugs get you high. With the gambling, you're not putting anything in your body. It's there already. The obsession's in your head. And people go, oh, show a bit of willpower, show a bit of willpower. Yeah, next time you have diarrhea, try and stop that with willpower. You know,
good point.
It'll be hard. It will be
Strange
hard.
point, but good point.
It will be hard.
But I mean, so if I on the Grand National spend 20 quid, that's me for the year. What at your worst, if you don't mind me asking, how much were you spending on gambling?
You know what? The money's irrelevant in my opinion. I mean, if you're on £100,000 a week and you're spending £50,000 on gambling, but you've got a postman who's getting £500 a week and he's spending £500 a week on gambling, his problem is a lot worse than
yours,
than mine.
I see.
You know, I lost time.
Yeah.
It's time consuming. It takes up all your time. You know, even when I'm with my kids, I wasn't with my kids, if that makes sense.
You're still trying to make up for that?
You know, you can't. I'm just there today. You know, I don't try and chase anything now or make up for it. And, you know, I just try and live in the day because, you know, I think it's so true. You have to put yourself first. I know it's a horrible thing, but when you're in recovery and you're in mental health and addictions, you have to put yourself first. And I know people will go, oh, that's a bit selfish. You know, for everything you've done, you're still putting yourself first. Because if I'm not well, everything goes out the window. You know, the family. You know, the next time you get on a plane and they read out the safety thing and they say the thing's going to pull down, where do they tell you to put it first? On yourself. And then you look after people around you. Because if you're not well, everything else goes. So I try to be a little bit selfish in a way that I'm not chasing to try and do everything. The kids, I've jumped off that. What would I call it? I've jumped off that record. I don't want my kids to see Dad not coming home and gambling and arguing with his mum and all that. It's not healthy. And today we don't do that, which is a blessing.
Let me take you back to that TV programme, because the thing that, one of the many things I remember about it and remember thinking, wow, it's so interesting, was the brain scans.
Yeah.
And the fact that the pleasure zones were lighting up as you were, you know, betting or whatever else. I mean, it's a scientific thing, I guess. Up to that point, did you have any idea about that?
No, I didn't know that I could go 48 hours of gambling. I mean, my brain used to be frying, but I didn't know.
Didn't know.
I just didn't know. I just thought it was just. I liked it. It was excitement.
And is that reversible? That rewiring?
Maybe in time. Maybe I think in time when you get the experience. You know, when I get depressed now and I get into a depression, you know, I've sort of got that many tools now that I've been into depression that many times. Not that many times that I know I can get out of it. You know, I know there's a way out. I mean, don't get me wrong, the first 2 or 3 or 4 times I didn't see a tunnel. I didn't. I'm being honest, I didn't see a tunnel. But today I know it will go, you know.
You'll see the triggers, presumably now. What are the triggers for you, if you don't mind me asking?
Not picking phones up. Not picking the phone up, not getting lazy, thinking that I'm well. You know, thinking I don't have to do this anymore.
Jeez, you've really got to be on it, haven't you?
It's worth it.
Yeah, well, yeah, no,
it's worth
absolutely.
it. You know, I found time to go and drink and gamble. You know, so it don't take a lot of time to do what I do. Do you know what I mean? A meeting here, an hour here, or an hour and a half there, or sitting on a Zoom, or reading a few pages in a book. You know, it's not a lot to ask for a life that I have today.
We were talking this morning about the sort of journey of self-discovery, and it was Nathan was saying about this thing of, you know, you've got to find time in your own life to sit and talk and analyse and really just kind of be you for the sake of being you. And you did that, what was it called, the walking
across
Yorkshire?
I think it's called Winter Walks.
Yeah. And was that kind of thing for you? It was walking about and talking about yourself?
That wasn't for me. I mean, Chris Kamara was meant to do it and he couldn't do it, and his agent rang me and said, would you do it? And I was sitting on the sofa and my wife was there and I went, not really. Not for me.
Not you.
You know, I was, and my wife said, go on, do it, it'll be good for you. Because she likes she likes me doing like that kind of stuff, just to, you know, to change patterns, to get other, we like walking. And it was just that I had to go from Skye at 6 o'clock in the evening, drive to North Yorkshire, which was about 4 hours, and then they give me a pair of boots. I went to bed and I was up at 6 o'clock in the morning, and we went there to the moors and everything, and then they said, right, here's a camera, 360 camera, you'll hold it just like that in front of you. There'll be someone 250 yards in front of you, so you don't get lost, and then you'll just talk. And I said, what you mean someone will interview me? And they said, no, you'll talk. And that was it.
And off you went?
Yeah, because I didn't have a phone. Yeah. And if you ain't got a phone and you're just walking along, you know, they don't. Obviously, they throw people in along the way to chat to you, and you know. But yeah, I found it very, very interesting. I mean, even the good thing I did find when I did go into treatment in Arizona is they took you out for weekends to show you there is a life out there. It's not sitting, you know, in pubs, in betting shops, and crack houses. It's, you know, there is a life out there. You know, they took us to the zoo, and we took you to places. You know, them places now, you know, I enjoy going. You know, I put in my book that I had a Saturday off and I went to home base. For me, that is like huge, to go to home base on a Saturday, because if I had a Saturday off, you wouldn't even want to know where I would be. So, you know, just normal things now make me so happy, and, you know, I'm not chasing that major buzz anymore.
You still work in a world, though, or live in a world where there's banter, plenty of it on a Saturday on Sky or whatever else. You still got mates that are footballers, I'm guessing. How are they now? Are they? I'm hoping they're more supportive. Yeah,
I mean, no one says anything. You know, no one ever says you're doing great or not doing great. It doesn't. You know, I don't look for knowledge. I do this without being horrible. I do it for me. Yeah. You know, and I do mean that like that. If I did it for my wife and we had an argument, I'd go out and drink because I'm doing it for her. Yeah. And if she's having a go at me, what's the point of doing it? So, you know, I do it for me first. You know, I put me first, and you know, as long as I know I'm doing well, you know.
So this group, this room of professionals.
Sorry for turning my back on you. Sorry. Not being rude.
What can our colleagues here today take away from your talk? What if there was one piece, one nugget of advice that you would give them would help them do their job? What would it be?
I mean, they know more than me. You know, the top people in their profession. I went and see today about dementia with Freedom, and it blew my mind. Yeah, it's scary. You know, they know much more than me.
Dementia is so. I mean,
yeah, but they know much more than me. You know, the one thing I do say, and I always say it, and you know, whoever's in it, you're an ill person trying to get well. Yeah. You're not a bad person trying to get good, and I think it's so important. It is, you know, the brain is, I just find it quite amazing how strong it is, and how our obsession really dominates, can really dominate the brain. And when you see films and they got two people and one on each shoulder and people laugh and joke, that is real. Yeah. It is, you know, I can have that conversation. I used to have that a lot. You know, don't do that. You know, when you're doing something that you know is wrong, but you keep on doing it, it's not a nice feeling. Yeah. And, you know, when you find out that you was ill and you were doing that, and the only way you were ever going to stop was by finding out you're ill and you need to get well, what a relief. I mean, what a relief, because the insanity of keep on going back and back and trying to get a different result. And this is the problem with, you know, especially with alcoholics and drug addicts and compulsive gamblers or problem gamblers, whatever you may want to call it, is there's people out there that can do it and be all right, and that's the mind-blowing thing. Because you're around all these people that do it normally, your brain thinks, you know, I still get today, I'm not going to lie, I get days, and I do get days where I think, was it that bad? Was it? My wife can have a drink. My wife can have a drink and stop. Was it that bad? You know, and that's when I know I'm not well. That's when I know, whoa, you need to pull it in here, because you're forgetting how bad it was. And that's another trigger for me of just that, was it that bad? Was it that bad? And that's dangerous. But you see so many people around you, and you're with people who are telling stories, and they go, yeah, I went out last night, and you know, and then, yeah, and you think, what, you went home or, you know, and then you start thinking, can I do that? Was it that bad? Was I just unlucky? Was I just unlucky? And that's my addiction talking on my shoulder, you know, telling me, it weren't that bad, Paul. Come on.
So what's on the other shoulder?
Yeah, come on, Paul, you know it is. You know, you soon, you know, I'd leave my house, you know, I would drink every day at the end, but I'd go out on a Sunday afternoon to go down the pub and watch the game with the boys, with the lads, you know, and I say I'll be home at 6. I watch the 2 live games, I'll be home at 6. I swear on my kid's life, I had no intentions of not coming home at 6. I would definitely be home at 6. I never shut that door and went, I'll see you when I see you.
Yeah.
But as soon as I took that first drink, the obsession completely took over, and I just couldn't leave. For how hard I tried, I couldn't leave. And people might find that a bit far-fetched, but it's not. It's not far-fetched. As soon as that obsession starts and the mind, I just couldn't stop drinking. I could not stop drinking. You know, with gambling, I know when I gamble, I know that I'm going to bet on absolutely everything, and I'm only going to gamble till I've got absolutely nothing left. But I still kept on choosing to go back to it. And that really, the insanity is mind-blowing.
It's amazing to hear you talk about it. I just wonder, we've got perhaps 5, 6, 7 minutes left. If there's anybody in the audience who'd like to ask Paul a question. I know we've still got the roving mic somewhere. If that could make itself known, that would be terrific. It's at the back there. Anybody got a point they'd like to raise? Anything they'd like to shout? Even if it's just, what the hell were you doing playing for Arsenal or not Spurs? I mean, any of those kind of things. Sorry, Spurs fan over here. No? Staggering. Always, there's a man over there in a bright orange suit looking like Father Christmas.
Just out of interest, do you think the amount footballers are paid nowadays is healthy? And do you think the amount you were paid contributed to your problem?
Thank you. So about money, really, and it was something I suppose it's an interesting point. The sort of money even young players are paid these days, and the amount of time they got on their hands, I think, for me, is a sort of follow-on point from this. Is the kind of gambling and addiction you're talking about? It's just going to happen because these guys have got so much money they can do anything they want with it.
Again, addiction takes anybody. You don't have to be on 200 grand to you know, for an addiction. You know, a postman or a milkman or a top lawyer or a top actor or top pop star. You know, David Beckham earned more money than me, and he didn't do what I did. So it's not money. It's not money. It might quicken it up, and it might keep you. You know, it might stop you from doing bad things that get people into prison and things like that by earning lots of money, but I don't think it's down to the money. I think, you know, I have a big thing at the moment with, you know, hoping to go into prisons where I think we throw too many people into prison too quickly. Mm-hmm. I think, you know, we have to look at the addiction and the illness first, and then, you know, I don't see how that helps. I think that's a big thing that I have a great belief in. I think people make a mistake and they go, in you go. You know, you're going into prison for a year, 5 years. You know, probably never done anything wrong before, and they've lost their money or broke in somewhere, or they've hit someone in a drunken rage in a pub. And I just think we need to sit back and we need to, you know, analyse that person. I think it's too easy putting people into prison, and then there's no, for me, then I don't know if there's a way out then after that, because then they're around people, and then they've lost their job when they come out. So I'm not one of them with the money situation, because as I said, you know, I know Elton John, and Elton John earned more money than me, and he didn't gamble. He didn't gamble. I know he drunk, but he didn't gamble.
We should have talked probably about gambling reform, or indeed, you know, is it even possible to reform gambling rules? I mean, you've been on a long journey, you've still got loads of it to go, but have you got a different perspective and a different view on what we could do around gambling to make it...
Well, we need to change the rules. I mean, the last time the rules come out, these phones didn't exist, so we need to do that now. I mean, they're 24/7. I mean, you could sit at a bus station waiting for a bus and lose all your money before you get to work. Now, you could still walk into work and you've lost all your money and no one would still not know. You know, if you've done a bottle of vodka on the bus to work, people will know you've had a drink. So, you know, for me, it's very easily hidden. And the one with the gambling is like, when you stop gambling, you're stopping because you're in so much debt. You know, you're in so much debt. You don't want to tell your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, you know, because the fear is they're going to leave you, so you just keep on chasing and chasing, you know, and that's why so many people commit suicide from gambling. It's over 1.5%, 1.5 people a day, you know, because it's hidden.
Yeah.
You know, I go to GA meetings, Gamblers Anonymous. I've never heard anybody walk into that meeting and go, you know what, I just couldn't stop winning, I'm just going to give someone else a chance. You know, it doesn't happen. With the drink, you might get an illness, or you might, hopefully you stop it quick enough, your liver's going to recover. But with gambling, you're going to stop when you've got debt and every door's shut, and that's when people don't want to share with their partners or anything, and that's why they take their lives. And with drink and gambling, you're up here and you come down like that. With gambling, you could be up here, everything's great, and you lose everything in a New York minute, and you literally like, how did that happen? I was just here like 1 minute ago now, and it's nothing like it. I've never known a thing to be so high and so low so quickly. It's as quick as going up on a roller coaster and coming back down. It's quicker than that.
I'm going to draw it to a close, folks, if that's okay, because I know there's an afternoon of business to do this afternoon. But before I do, I picked up this envelope earlier on when I was out at reception. Pick me up, it says so. If you did. For you, it says, a bright moment on a dark day can do wonders, which is why this is for you. Your soil mate, a free plant for you to enjoy or pass on. And I'd just like to pass mine on to Paul Merson with our love and our gratitude. Paul Merson, folks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you.
Pleasure, mate.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Phil and Paul. That was brilliant and very, very moving as well, and very inspirational. We are running ahead of time, actually, but I would like now to invite Simon, our Chief Executive, to come up and present his first annual review as Chief Executive. We're so fortunate at NAViGO to have Simon as our Chief Executive, providing some outstanding leadership during some very challenging times, and I'm really looking forward to hearing his annual review. Simon, come on up.
I'm on my way. Technology held me up. Thank you, Jade, for that introduction. I've apparently got to wander the stage. I've got to look like Steve Jobs. I'll do my best. Yeah, my first year as Chief Executive's come to a close. Well, actually, it was yesterday. It was yesterday that you suckers voted me in. Sorry, I mean you wonderful people voted me in. So what I want to do, because half of the year sort of spanned Jane, obviously pre-me, so I'm going to go through really our annual review. So what happened in the year of 2021-22? So first of all, April 21, 10 years of NAViGO. Wow, can't believe it. I can remember being there in, it must have been around March of 2011 when we signed over the agreement between the CTP and we became NAViGO. So our brilliant comms team and others have been doing a whole year of celebration around 10 years of NAViGO, including things like the random acts of kindness, which actually we've just seen an example of on stage. What we've done all year is we've been giving out random gifts to people, and I'll come on to that a little bit later as we get more towards Christmas. But last year's AGM was a real big celebration of us being 10 years old, and I think it's really, really important to reflect on that. We've enhanced and developed what we call our member-driven work plan. So you guys, all you guys out in the audience and all you guys that engage with us on a regular basis, the staff, the service users, the carers, the volunteers and everybody, actually set our work plan for the year as an organisation. So you told us what it is that you want us to do, and then you hold us to account for doing that. So there's some really, really good examples in here of you asking us to do something and us responding to that in a way that hopefully you think is good. And for those of you that have been around this morning, an example of that is you as our members said to us, you wanted us to focus more on men's mental health. We've got a partnership with Grimsby Town Football Club now. We're doing a lot of work in men's mental health. Kyle, who I'm sure you've seen and is in the audience, but I can't see because it's too bright. Kyle, stand it up. Hello, Kyle. All right. Kyle has taken our men's mental health lead and working with Brad and others to do that. So it's an example of you telling us what you want us to do and us responding to that. And we're increasing that all the time. We want you to come forward with your ideas about how our organisation can work for you, and then we'll make that happen. So, still in April, we're busy in April, there's a few months where we're really busy, we established Grow With Us. Most of you know, and if you don't know, we own Grimsby Garden Centre on the Laceby bypass there, opposite Morrison's. And in order to get Grimsby Garden Centre better known and to reach into young children in primary schools and other things and working with them as we came out of the pandemic, we're actually in the pandemic at the time as we came out of it, we worked in partnership with every primary school in North East Lincolnshire, gave them lots of seeds, got the kids outside, got them growing all sorts of things, got them at one with nature, and started to really talk about and understand their mental health. So that's a partnership that we want to continue much further in the future, and I'll come on to that a little bit more as well later. So, into May, 92nd best company. As you know, we apply to be part of the Sunday Times Top 100 Companies to Work For every year, and our results for the previous autumn, so 2020 came through. They changed all the scores for us, helpfully, but we were proud to be part of the top 100 companies to work for in the whole of the UK. 92nd might seem like we've gone down a little bit, but we are the 92nd best company in the whole of the UK to work for. So that compares us with the likes of Toyota, Porsche, all those organisations that you know of, Google, all those people that are renowned as being amazing with their staff. So that's a real achievement. They broke that down a little bit further as well, and we are the 7th best health and social care organisation to work for in the country. So that's a huge achievement when you think how many organisations are out there in and around health and social care. So it's something that we should celebrate, and that's you. That's you, the staff of our organisation, saying what it feels like to work for us. So that's something that we are really, really proud of. Potting Shed opened. It seems like it's been around for ages now, the Potting Shed, for those of you who have been there. Again, up at Grimsby Garden Centre. It fell really quite nicely for us. We invested about £300,000 into what was Cafe Blue at the Garden Centre. We renamed that and we reopened it as the Potting Shed. It's got some lovely messages in there around NAViGO and what we do and how the profits from the Potting Shed go back into supporting our delivering services in North East Lincolnshire. And actually, despite being the Potting Shed Cafe, it was actually voted as Restaurant of the Year in Grimsby this year, which is an amazing achievement on the back of that. So we think the Potting Shed's something, if you haven't been up there, go up there on a Friday because fish and chips is amazing. And Carl, who was here this morning, always collars me to take him up for some fish and chips. But yeah, if you haven't been to the Potting Shed, please do go. It's fantastic and a part of our continued sort of expansion and development into things like garden centres, into things like trading with the public, because we recognise as an organisation, if we trade with the public, if we make a surplus by doing that trading, what we can do is then reinvest that surplus and make our services to you even better. All the time making that profit, supporting people on a rehabilitation and recovery journey who might need a bit of help with some employment or some training or some education. So it ticks so many boxes, it just makes so much sense for us to do that. So please, if you're ever needing anything from a garden centre, go up to our own, because you're just reinvesting your money in our organisation. Still in May, COVID vaccinations. We rapidly rolled out COVID vaccinations to our service users. So anybody with a severe mental illness, we were able to get COVID vaccinations out to them really quite quickly and start that recovery from COVID. So we were really pleased with that in terms of being able to send vaccinations out to people as early as we possibly could. Jane and Amy mentioned this. Gardner Hill helped us and supported us in setting up what we called the community allotment. It was an idea from our brilliant colleagues in the early intervention team, supported by a number of service users at the time, but we bought an allotment, the communal allotment, and some of the stuff that's been grown on there and shared on Facebook in the last year or so is amazing. But it's about that that engagement with service users. It's about getting service users doing things that really gets them out in the community again. A bit like the Grow With Us project, the community allotment project got people out and working, and a shared sense of purpose, a shared sense of being, that sort of thing that really brings people together and allows them that space, like we've just heard about with Paul, to talk about mental health. So it's been a really, really positive scheme, and thanks to Gardner Hill for helping us get that off the ground. So into June, merger approval. Hopefully you've all walked through the lobby at the front. Hopefully you've seen the Nurtrio stand. In June of 2021, I think Joe Barnes is probably still here. Me and Joe Barnes have been on this journey of merging NAViGO Extra, Care for All and Ace Home Care for what seems like an eternity. And in June 2021, we finally got the approval for the work to start to make that merger a reality. So we were really happy, and that was something that's a real addition to the NAViGO family. Having that Nurtrio sort of adult social care with physical health, mental health and learning disabilities, all of that as part of the fabric of our organisation gives us endless opportunities in future to connect bits of our service with bits of Nurtrio's service and really start to work together in a much more integrated health and social care fashion. So it's a real important piece of our future journey as an organisation. Rainbow badges, the phenomenal Courtney Peat. I don't know if Courtney's here today. I've not seen Courtney. I'd have heard her or seen her if she was here. So I hope you're well, Courtney, wherever you are. But Courtney was really passionate about our support for the LGBTQ+ community. And hopefully as well you've met Xander, who I know was on the stand today, who's our LGBTQ+ befriender who we've appointed this year. Rainbow badges. That was the start of our journey into the LGBT and around the inclusion of people with that. We've got now the inclusion group, we've got inclusive group, we've got the included group, and we're really, really pushing forward on that inequalities agenda, all stemming back to Courtney bullying everybody to wear rainbow badges. Brilliant, it was great, and it's a fantastic scheme, so thanks for that, Courtney. We were and continue to be one of the main sponsors for the Grimsby 10K. So the Grimsby 10K happens in around June, July time each year. Really positive for us to be one of the main sponsors. Orsted are the main sponsor, but we're one of the second sponsors in there. That really does get us a vision and a view and people seeing what we do right across North East Lincolnshire. I think that was actually the virtual one. I think that was actually the virtual 10K where people were running it virtually. But that was really, really positive and continues to be positive for us. So now we're going on into September. We didn't do anything in August, by the way. We all went on holiday in August, but we were back in September, and we launched the tech support launch, so shout 85258. We recognised from our information and our data that was showing us from our performance team that actually there's a number of people, a number of age groups who don't want to pick up the phone, who don't want to send an email, who don't want a face-to-face appointment, but do need some help. So in partnership with Shout, which is a national service, we launched a local version of that. If you text the word orange to 85258, you can reach out for some text support. And that's proven really, really popular for us, engaging with a group of service users who wouldn't necessarily reach out, like I say, for that face-to-face or telephone support. So that continues to go from strength to strength. Press the right button, yeah. Oh, there you go, new chief exec. Hey, it's me. So in September 2021, like I say, you wonderful people voted me to be your new chief exec. I noticed there wasn't a vote today to unseat me as the chief exec, so I might have done all right, but there you go. Anyway, so hey, that was me. Also, as part of your approvals from last year's AGM, you also voted that we have the Black, Asian and minority ethnic community better represented amongst our workforce and our community. And we voted Gertrude Woodey in to the BAME rep. Now, I know I look down the camera. I hope you're watching on YouTube, Gertrude. I know Gertrude's in Ghana at the moment. She's looking after her mum. She's had to go for a long stay to look after her mother in Ghana. So I hope all's going well in Ghana, Gertrude. And she's been a fantastic addition to the board in bringing that different flavour to the board and that different opinion. So I think it's really important that we do continue to have Gertrude and a BAME rep on the board. The project of the year last year, you voted neuropsychiatry. And I know Lakesh and Suzanne Maria have been doing a lot of work in developing the neuropsychiatry service. And again, it's something that we think is hugely important that often gets mixed up in other bits of diagnoses and things like that. And a separate service for that neuro conditions is hugely important to us. And hopefully you've seen the stand as well today, which shows where that bit of service is going. And it's something that we continue to put our support in and our support behind. So later on, going into the autumn, Positive Practice in Mental Health Awards. We win a number of awards as an organisation, and we're really proud of those awards. The reason we put the Positive Practice in Mental Health Awards up there is because that's run by and for service users. Tony and Angie, some of you will know Tony and Angie, a bit of a force of nature as a service user representative, so bringing them on board and doing something with positive practice is hugely important to us. It was our suicide risk assessment tool that won the Positive Practice Award, but special mentions go to Rari and Fields as well, who also got highly commended. And the Positive Practice Awards for this year are next Thursday, and we have nominations across the board again as well. So it's really, really positive for our organisation, and it's a part of the system that we really love being a part of, positive practice. Again, as we come towards the end of the year, we launched the Joint Response Vehicle. That was our, again, that was a project, I think that was a project that was born out of a Project of the Year scheme, actually. I don't know whether it won Project of the Year, but it was, I know it was seed funded through that. And that was where we send a vehicle out where there is a mental health need out in the community. So where it's not necessarily appropriate for the police to attend, it's not necessarily appropriate for the ambulance to attend, we send out the joint response vehicle, do that sort of street triage, if you like, and make sure that people aren't unnecessarily bouncing around the system and using different bits of service that they don't need to be using. So again, something really positive, and again, that goes from strength to strength as well. Emma and Helen, who I know are in the room, or were in the room. Helen, Emma, waving at me. I can't see who you are. I can't see which one it is. Their brainchild of the Safeguarding Conference in November of last year. Over 500 people attended that National Safeguarding Conference at the end of last year, which is a huge kudos to NAViGO. You know, safeguarding in our organisation, you know, is so important. We all know how important safeguarding is, and that really did take it to a new level and raise its profile enormously. And I cried. I don't know whether anybody else cried, but if you were on that safeguarding conference, it was such a thoughtful, reflective, amazing, emotional. I don't know what I felt at the end of it. I felt almost numb at the end of that event. It was phenomenal. It really did open a dull old accountant's eyes to the world of safeguarding, really, and really raise the profile of the organisation. So thanks to everyone involved for that. Towards Christmas then, I'll be quiet in a minute. Towards Christmas, so Community Mental Health Survey. Community Mental Health Survey came out at Christmas. The results of that. This is our service users telling us what they thought about our community mental health services in North East Lincolnshire and NAViGO. And I'm so proud to say that we were one of the top 3 organisations in the country in terms of how our service users believe that our community mental health services work. We were the only organisation in the north of the country at all who got any recognition of that. So we are achieving what's called above expectations in community mental health. So that's a huge, huge credit to the team in and around community mental health. Kindness boxes. Me and Brad went on a day trip, didn't we, Brad, one morning, and went round a number of our partner organisations as part of NAViGO's 10-year celebration to give out kindness boxes to our partner organisations, so Friendship at Home, YMCA, St Andrew's Hospice, amongst other people. We spent a day going out and sharing Christmas boxes with them, just to share a bit of Christmas joy, but also to pick up some connections for organisations that we can work more strongly with in the future. So always about trying to build relationships as an organisation and moving us on and moving us forward. Into 2022 now, so we've only got 3 months left. Don't worry about it, I'm nearly there. We launched our Freed service. First episode, rapid early intervention into eating disorders. Recognise it, and that was a scheme that was funded through the ICB, as it is now, Humber and North Yorkshire ICB, and that's about getting an understanding of eating disorders as early as possible. First episode, rapid early intervention. That's about getting hold of young people who are suffering from eating disorders, getting them really early, getting in there early, understanding the eating disorder. The outcomes for people are phenomenally better if you get hold of the eating disorder early before it's had a chance to bite. And that's a service that we're looking to expand and develop much further with its connection with Rari and Fields and with the future of the way our organisation is going as well. Granger Manor, hopefully you know, all of you know that we bought the Granger Manor care home. So if you look at where our site is at the Gardens at the minute, Konar and JSS, the big care home that was behind there, that was on the old maternity suite at Grimsby Hospital. We purchased that because of our ever-expanding and seemingly endless expansion needs of our older adults and people with complex dementia, and the inability of the system to cope with that level of complexity. So we recognised that if we didn't do something and we didn't move into that arena around supporting people with complex dementia, long-term complex dementia, we would be leaking lots and lots of older people out of area. And as you know, in our organisation, out of area is a swear word. We absolutely do not want anybody from North East Lincolnshire being treated outside of North East Lincolnshire. So we had to respond. £2.3 million purchase of a new care home to expand our older people's facilities. The investment continues. We're putting investment into that building and making it something that we can all be proud of, and some services that we can all be proud of. Other stuff coming. Watch this space for other stuff that's coming into potential Granger Manor. We bought too much space in the Granger Manor. Actually, the price was too good, so we had to buy it. We bought too much space, and we've got some expansion ideas as well about that, which we'll come on to, I'm sure, in future years. Lodges accreditation, the Quality Network for Inpatient Working Age Adults, QNWA. The lodges at Harrison House were accredited again. The reason I say again is because we've had that accreditation now for over a decade. So that's professionals coming in from other places to assess how successful our inpatient units are. And we've got the accreditation again. We believe, I think this is an Ellie Walsh quote, we're the only organisation to have maintained those accreditations solidly for over a decade now since they started. So again, fantastic achievement by all the staff at NAViGO House. We continue to be accredited as being one of the best acute adult mental health units in the country, which is an amazing achievement. NHS Forest, we took part in the NHS Forest scheme. Hopefully you've seen again today. We've gone green for the AGM, so you haven't all been given paper packs today. You've been given access to it online. Hopefully you've seen the signs up in the foyer there about NAViGO going green. We were having a joke about doing the NAViGO logo fading from sort of white into green or orange into green, because the organisation is going green. As part of that, we've took part in the NHS Forest scheme. So the NHS is planting trees each year. We planted a number of trees up at Harrison House, but watch this space for, again, a lot more work coming our way in terms of us being an environmentally sustainable, responsible, net zero, carbon reducing organisation into the future, into the next 5 years. And just a massive thank you to Sally Gell, who knows more now about decarbonisation and net zero than she probably cared to ever know. So a big thanks to Sally for doing that for us. So as we come towards the end of the year, the Every Mum Matters relaunch. It's been amazing to see loads of babies around here today. I've seen loads of babies. I saw Steph Harter, who used to work in the finance team, with her baby. I saw Kelly Kinch from Open Minds with her baby, so sorry if I missed anybody. But it's fantastic to see that. But again, and along with the project that I know Josh Fletcher's been walking around with a baby hanging around his midriff. Perinatal mental health, maternal mental health, all those things that we're investing in is a huge, again, benefit to wider society. The earlier you can get hold of ladies who might be suffering from perinatal mental health issues, the earlier you can get into maternal mental health, you can actually save 2 lives when you think about it. You can save mum and you can save baby. It's a no-brainer really, but it's something that we're really passionate about, getting involved more in perinatal and maternal mental health. So hopefully, again, you've had a chance to bump into those guys today and see the brilliant work that they're doing. NHS staff survey, March 2022. Just when you thought it couldn't get any better to work for NAViGO, it got better. Every single year, we look at the NHS staff survey and we go, it can't possibly get any better. When is it going to get any? And it continues to get better. The NHS staff survey has been changed around a little bit now. It's now in these, what they call the 7 people promise, the NHS people promise themes. 217 organisations in the NHS that filled out the survey, the provider organisations, so those that provide services. We were the #1 organisation in every single one of those 7 indicators. The single best organisation out of 217 in the NHS to work for. That's just phenomenal, isn't it, in terms of what we've been able to achieve. Thank you, guys. 85% of you guys who work for us recommend NAViGO as a place to work. When you think of some of the scores that are coming out of the NHS in the 20s, 20% of staff recommended their organisation as a place to work. I think that's a phenomenal achievement. And just to prove that we were working right up to the very end of the financial year 2021-22, at 3 p.m. on the 31st of March 2022, we finally signed over and Nurtrio launched. So, as I've mentioned, Nurtrio is a massively important part of our future journey as an organisation. And we started in April 2021. We worked literally right up to 3 p.m. Well, we didn't go home at 3 p.m. either, but you know what I mean. We worked to 3 p.m. on that day, doing things to move our organisation forward. So, I just really wanted to end with that. So, what next? A bit of what's next for us as an organisation? I think hopefully that's given you the fact that I'm able to stand in front of you here and fill up probably too much time because I talk too much, to fill up too much time telling you of all of the amazing things that a little organisation like NAViGO, believe it or not, we're a little organisation when it comes to big foundation trusts. A little organisation like ours has achieved all of that in 1 year. That is just amazing, and just a chance just to reflect on that is huge. And I'm so proud and humbled to lead this organisation. But what's next? What are we doing next? Hopefully, again, some of you will have seen some of our colleagues from Lincolnshire Partnership Foundation Trust are here today, Young Minds Matter, and I'll wave. I can't see you because of the bright lights in my face, but hopefully some of you Young Minds Matter staff are still about. We are at the dotting the I's and crossing the T's stage now of finalising the detail of the contract that brings children and adolescents mental health services into NAViGO from the 1st of April 2023. Now that is amazing. Thank you. I've got to say a huge thank you to everyone that's been involved in that. It's something that we've been really trying to get. Having that all-age mental health pathway as part of our organisation is huge. And an organisation like us that is rooted in its community, and the way that we believe we can use that connection with the adult services to really help out on that children's mental health agenda is amazing. And I'm so pleased to see so many of the staff here today. I'm really pleased that most of them, well, they would say this to me, wouldn't they? But most of them are really excited about becoming part of NAViGO. And just to say from my point of view, we're really, really excited to have you. And we can't wait to get you on board on the 1st of April 23. As I've mentioned, lots of stuff around green, lots of stuff around environmentally friendly. But ultimately, what do you want us to do, guys? What's next is whatever you want us to do. We want you to be engaged in our organisation. We want to hear your views. We want you to steer the future of this organisation and tell us what you want us to do, and we'll do that on your behalf. So thank you for listening. Thank you for all of your hard work and support that you put in 21 and 22 and continue to do. It is an amazing organisation. Without doubt, we are a phenomenal organisation. I love working for you and I love working with you, and I hope that may continue long into the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Simon. Fantastic. And what an action-packed first year you've actually had. Been brilliant. Simon's actually well ahead of time. I know, shock. Yes, you've underrun rather than overrun. So I just wondered if there are any questions for Simon. We normally don't get any opportunity for questions on the annual review, but as we've got a few minutes, is there anybody that would like to ask a question of Simon? Yes.
I think.
Yes. There's a gentleman on the back there. Just to give your name, that would be helpful.
Oh, Joe Adiotomre.
Oh, hello, Joe. Hi.
This is my first AGM meeting that I've attended, and I'm really impressed.
Thank you, Joe.
First of all, the NHS staff survey confirmed you are doing a wonderful job. In my previous career, I visited so many hospitals, either for interview or for something else. And what I noticed here today, I was really surprised, first of all, by the quality of your lunch. Which you might think that that is a bit little, but I was very impressed because I've been to so many hospitals and I've seen what they struggle with. And my last comment, bringing the children's mental health services to NAViGO will be
I didn't quite catch that, Joe, sorry.
bringing children's services
Oh, Children's Services, yeah.
established to NAViGO is going to be an asset for the children in this community.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant, thanks Joe. And thanks for your help on Granger Manor as well, Joe. Really appreciate it, thank you.
Thank you, Joe, and it's lovely to see you here today. Any other questions or comments for Simon? Oh yes, there's one here on the front row. Bring down
Thanks, Jane.
Scott, all right.
Hi, Simon. Hi, Jane.
Hello.
I was wondering whether NAViGO could provide a support group for childless women, for non-mothers.
I don't see why not.
Yeah.
Let's have a word with Kelly. Where's our Kelly?
I think it's badly needed. It really is. There seems to be a lot of money pumped in for, mothers and mothers groups and, that kind of thing. Like you say, maternal care and what have you, but there's nothing the other end of the scale for childless women.
Thank you. Now, there was Kelly saying, she's our group's wizard. We'll have Kelly on you.
Kelly will pick that up and direct. Kelly. Kelly Moore. You talk about the group. We'll talk about that again.
Can I go now? I'm getting too close to this microphone.
No, I can't see any other hands up. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Simon. Thank you.
you.
Poor chap, he wasn't expecting that at all. I'd now like to welcome Anna Morgan, our Director of Corporate Services, and she's going to have the pleasure of presenting the financial accounts to you for 21-22. Anna, come on stage.
Afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to see so many of you here today. My name's Anna Morgan. I'm Director of Corporate Services, and today I will be talking through our annual accounts for 21-22. So before I start, for those of you that have been to the AGM before, I'm sure you remember that historically this section of the AGM has always been presented by Simon, our now Chief Exec. So he has very kindly handed this baton of responsibility down to me. So I know I have a very big set of boots to fill, but I will endeavour to do that task. I'm also mindful that Simon often liked to point out that he recognised this part of the AGM, the accounts, was the highlight for everyone. So I'm feeling the pressure, but here we go. So before we get into the actual numbers, just in terms of the accounts and what they cover, the accounts are based on the NAViGO group. So when we talk about the group, that's NAViGO, Health and Social Care Community Interest Company, so the company that was formed back in 2010, and that company is known as the parent group. But we also have NAViGO Extra as our trading subsidiary, the Gardner Hill Foundation, our chosen charity, who we've heard from today, and then NAViGO CAMS Care UK, so the company we've set up to deliver our collaborative assessment and management of suicidality offer. So that was how it all looked for the majority of 21-22, but then on the 31st of March, things changed, and hopefully, Nurtrio was formed. So Simon's just talked through that was the coming together of NAViGO Extra, Care for All and Ace Home Care to form the new charity Nurtrio, which is now a much bigger trading subsidiary within the NAViGO group. So just moving on then to 21-22. So I think it's fair to say it's been another challenging year. When we look back at the previous financial year, for most of the health and social care organisations, it was very much a focus on the here and now, responding to the pandemic and the unprecedented times. What happened when we moved into 21-22 was there was an expectation that we return a lot of the business as usual work. So that's things like the significant service transformation and service developments, all of our performance reporting. But actually at the same time, we've still been managing that ever-present pandemic. So it's been a really challenging year, and I think it's an absolute credit to all of our staff, our community members, our service users, that we've achieved so much during this time. So then, moving into the numbers, I'm really pleased to say that even during all of those challenging times, both NAViGO and NAViGO Extra posted really healthy surpluses. Now this is really important, and it's right that a business should aim to deliver a surplus at the end of the financial year, because that is the financial buffer, the headspace, that if we have any unexpected financial challenges, we have that peace of mind of having that surplus in place. So that's a really positive position to be in. For NAViGO as well, we also delivered one of our most ambitious capital programmes, spending a whopping £3.27 million on capital. So when I talk about capital projects, they're one-off investments to enhance and grow the organisation. So if I use Simon's analogy that he always used to use around running your house, these are the one-off big ticket items that you will pay for. So extending your house, buying new sofas, they're the kind of things we're talking about. And we've made a lot of investments in this during 21-22, and I'll talk through those in a little bit more detail in a second. So let's look at how we've actually done this then. So how have we brought money into the organisation? So we've continued to hold our main contract with North East Lincolnshire Clinical Commissioning Group, delivering the adult mental health statutory services in North East Lincolnshire. But we also looked at other initiatives to generate income into the organisation. We continue to sell our bed capacity to other partners across the system. That included our adult acute, our older people's and eating disorder beds. Now, it's well known that during 21-22 across the country, mental health providers experienced significant bed pressures. So it's absolute credit to our inpatient teams that through their excellent management of beds and patient flow, we were able to keep some of our beds free and make them available to other partners across Humber and North Yorkshire. And that has really been recognised and appreciated across the system. We were also able to expand Barbara's Beacon, increase the bed base there, so that meant we were able to keep all of our local people that required our support in North East Lincolnshire and avoid them having to go into out-of-area placements. And the extremely successful Janine Smith Suite continued to be full throughout this financial year. So we've looked at how we generated income. Now we need to look at cost savings, and it's completely normal that when a provider is issued a contract, the commissioner of that contract looks to them to make a proportion of savings against that contract value. So, what did we do? Our travel claims continued to be really low. This is mainly because we've embedded a lot of the learning from the pandemic. So things like hybrid working. So that's when we allow our staff, where the role can take that, to do a mixture of working from home and working in the office. So that reduces our travel claims. But also what we have seen is a lot of the events, meetings we used to go to both regionally and nationally have continued to be held on virtual platforms, so we haven't need to travel. So that's really helped to reduce our travel claims. And just to put it into context, before COVID, our travel claim bill was around £250,000, so that's a significant saving. We've also reduced our printing costs. So COVID really fast-tracked us in becoming a paper-light organisation. Because we've been working remotely, we haven't had the need to print, so that's delivered a saving. But I think almost more importantly, both of those savings and those changes have significantly contributed towards our green plan delivery and moving towards our commitment to be carbon net zero. And over the coming weeks and months, you're going to hear a lot more about what we're doing in terms of delivering against that green agenda. Then sadly, we did have to make some savings against our adult social care budget, which saw us end our relationship with the Floral Hall. But the positive was we were able to continue that horticultural therapy at Grimsby Garden Centre, so we continue to support those service users and community members. And we also carry forward some vacancies. Now, some of that was due to the challenges of just recruiting during COVID, but also because that business as usual element had returned, so we were starting again with transforming services and new services. We had new roles to recruit to, and by default, it takes a while to recruit into new roles. So that means we generate a bit of an in-year saving whilst those posts are vacant. So, we've looked at how we've generated income and how we've made savings. Now we'll have a look at this rather impressive capital shopping list that we built up. So just breaking down that amount I mentioned at the start, we invested £90,000 in Grimsby Garden Centre. Part of that was to complete the work at the Potting Shed Cafe and to open that. And it was also to purchase a virtual reality ride for the garden centre. So for any of you that haven't been down and experienced this, I highly recommend getting yourself down there at Christmas. It's absolutely brilliant for the children, but I think adults enjoy it just as much. So I'd absolutely get down there to experience that. We spent £173,000 on our digital strategy. So this is about delivering on our digital innovation. So just some examples of what we did. We've purchased an electronic point of sale system for our garden centre. So that means we can much more accurately monitor our sales and our stock levels at the garden centre. We also introduced Dragon digital dictation service across some of our clinical services. And we brought in some specialist capacity into the performance team to continue their really fantastic work around developing our performance dashboards. And then estates and IT, 692,000. This was spent on things like the relocation of our 136 suite, so our place of safety from Brocklesby to Harrison House. This then enabled us to create an extra bed at Brocklesby Lodge. We did updates to Sequoia, our therapeutics community site, and we continued with our ongoing IT refresh, so getting new kit, new equipment out to our staff. And then the biggie, the purchase of Grimsby Grange and Manor, which Simon's already mentioned in his presentation, the really ambitious and exciting plans we've got for that site. So that in total breaks down the capital projects that we had during 21-22. So now we'll move into the accounts. Just for anyone that is interested, our accounts for 21-22 are now published. They're available on our website, and we've also got some printed copies available today for anyone that would like one. Now this slide is really important because this includes the formal information that we need to share with you as our members today. So, total income for 21-22, so based on all those activities that I mentioned earlier, was 42.768 million. What it cost us to deliver those services was 41.753 million. So that gave us a surplus of just over £1 million. Now, sadly and rather painfully, we have to pay a proportion of that back to the taxman. So when that's taken into account, the 348,000 that had to go back to the government, it left us with a surplus of £667,000. So as I mentioned earlier, it is really, really important that an organisation generates that surplus, generates that headroom. And the surplus of this size is absolutely appropriate and reassuring for an organisation of our size now. And based on this really healthy position, I'm pleased to recommend the accounts to you today. So where does this leave us then? So if we look at the balance sheet within the accounts for 21-22, that gives us a picture of what we've managed to build up over the last 11 years of us trading. We've got over £10 million of cash in the bank, and then 14.2 million in other assets. So that's things like buildings, vehicles, but also people who owe us money that we call our debtors. But don't get too excited just yet, because we do owe some money, unfortunately. 14.7 million to our creditors, and we borrowed just shy of 2.5 million. Now, a lot of that was around the purchase of the Grimsby Grange and Manor, and we're comfortable those repayments fit into the finance plans that we've got. So, if we add that up, we own just over 24 million, we owe just over 17 million. They're the right way round. That's the way we want it to be. We own more than we owe. So that leaves us with a reserve of just over £7 million. And this reserve allows us to look at initiatives for the future, how we can continue to develop the organisation, but also how we manage the cash that's in the bank and we manage our overall cash flow. And that is a constant juggling act that we need to do. So, in summary, we've made a really solid surplus again this year, and the balance sheet has got a really strong asset base. So that's the buildings, the vehicles, etc. And actually that's really important because that secures our position in North East Lincolnshire as the provider of mental health services, because they are our assets that no one can take from us. So that's really positive. We've also, again, been given a clean bill of health from our auditors, so credit and thanks to Kev Brumby and his team. But looking to the future, I think it would be wrong of me not to be honest and recognise that whilst the picture for 21-22 has been really, really positive, I think inevitably things are going to become increasingly challenging for us. I think we all know and are all experiencing the increase in cost of living. NAViGO is no different, so we're going to experience the same increase in costs around gas, electricity, supplies. On top of that, the NHS is going to be asked to identify increasing savings, predominantly to pay back really the cost of responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, in true NAViGO style, we fully intend to to meet this challenge head on, because we want to grow our way out of this. Now, for some organisations facing the challenges that we're all going to face over the coming years, they'd look to shrink or reduce services to meet that challenge, but we are extremely lucky that we have a board that supports our approach to wanting to grow our way out of this challenge. So what does this mean? Mergers. So we've already talked about the creation of Nurtrio and the opportunities that this really offers. So how do we maximise on those opportunities? How do we continue to look at how we can expand our services to meet the needs of our local population? And how do we build on the really positive partnerships that we've been establishing over the last 12 to 18 months to look at how we collaboratively meet this challenge, because we're all going to be facing it? But I think most importantly, we need to continue to work with our staff, our community members, our service users, our carers, because it's because of you we're where we are today. We need you to continue to inform what our service developments look like and actually how we grow our way out of this, because as always, you guys continue to be our biggest asset. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Anna. Right, that brings us to the afternoon break. I make it 2:55. We're going to have 30 minutes instead of 20 as we're ahead of schedule. So if everybody could come back at 3:25, and then we'll be announcing the results of the Chairman's Awards, Project of the Year, and the winning of the Gardner Hill raffle. So everybody back in here for 3:25. Thank you. Right, we'll make a start. Thank you. So the first thing that we're going to do in the final section of the AGM is to announce the results of various votes. And the first vote that we're going to announce the result on is the vote on the special resolution. So you remember that this proposed the amendment to Article 8 of NAViGO's Articles of Association. The AGM notice provided the exact wording of the special resolution to be passed, together with an explanation of the proposed amendment on the reverse. And I'm pleased to say that the special resolution has been passed by the AGM. So thank you very much for that. Thank you. Thank you. Right, we're now going to move on to some excitement. Project of the Year. Ooh. I think we've got some slides first, Brad, haven't we? Doing a bit of a look back. Here we go. So we're going to do a little bit of a retrospective first, because we've had these awards, or this Project of the Year, since 2011. What I think we should have done was just put a picture up of each of the year's winners and then opened it to the audience to see if you could remember the title of that project, but we've not done it well. So the very first one was the Tukes Housing Project, still going strong after 11 years. 2012, what was next? The Dementia Cafe and the Alzheimer's Conservatory up in Older Peoples. 2013, the sensory bathroom and the wall art, the street scene in Konar. Hadn't realised the street scene had been up that long. Gosh, how time flies. 2014, simulation equipment for venipuncture and life support. That's a very young looking Simon, isn't it? Gosh, what have you been doing to him? 2015, the Springboard Sensory Garden. 2016, Simply You, now embedded as part of our occupational health service. Started off at People's Park, didn't you, in that tiny little building in the corner. Safe Space, gosh, was that far back? 2017, now an essential part of our crisis pathway. 2018, who can forget Barry and Navigate, the sailing therapy, and then he came back, didn't he, the next year and gave us an update, which was brilliant. 2019, Veterans Mental Health, and that's the research project that's still progressing today. 2020, the Joint Response Vehicle, again a very successful initiative that has developed and moved on and received some ongoing funding. And last year, last but not least, the neuropsychiatry service. And who's won today? Who is today's winner? What will it be out of the 6? Ooh. Well-being for all. Obviously a very popular winner. Yes, so come on up. Oh, bless. Congratulations. There isn't a clap, but we need a photo. We need a photo. Ah. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic,
Thank you.
isn't it? Thank you. Fantastic. So thank you, thanks everybody for all of the projects of the year, all the work that you put in to developing your proposals. And there are so many good ideas in there, and as you know, we always like to try and move those projects forward even if they don't win today. So some fantastic ideas, and I'm sure you're all thinking already of what you can be putting forward for next year. Right, we're now going to move on to something that's very special to me, which is the Chair's Awards. And we have 4 categories this year. And first of all, thank you for all the nominations. You made my life really difficult. I could have given these prizes over time and time again. There were such strong nominations, and it just lifts your heart when you actually read about the fantastic work that really is going on within NAViGO. So, I found it so difficult to come up with a single winner in each category that I broke the rules, and we've actually got a special mention as well, so a runner-up, if you like, within each category. And I'm going to start with Team of the Year. And Brad and I did just check before we started that I got my script in the same order as his slides, so I think we're good to go. So 24 nominations in Team of the Year. And the runner-up is a relatively small team that has a tremendous impact on the people they support. They work tirelessly to make sure that service users and their families are treated with respect and dignity. The staff work to an exemplary high standard, and all the staff work together to make sure that service users get the right care 24/7, 365 days a year. And although the team won't come on stage, I just wanted you to know that the runners-up are the Older People's Crisis and Home Treatment team. So many congratulations. So we're now going to move on to the winner, so Team of the Year. The winning team has been through new management, a restructure of the service, and a complete change in the model of care. They've remained positive and consistent in the care they provide and made great strides to providing a totally person-centred model of care. In the face of some significant challenges, the team have remained positive, treating everyone with dignity and respect, and they've really come together as a team to not only support the service users, but to support each other. They're creative, they're innovative, and they generally want to see people succeed and realise their hopes and dreams. As a result of the work that they have done, people with very complex needs have been discharged to live successfully in the community. So the winner of Team of the Year is the Inpatient and Community Rehabilitation team. Now, how do you want us, Mike? We all have the trunks in the midst anyway. Come round this side, that's it.
Brilliant.
Let me hold up with you, that's it.
Squeeze in, squeeze in.
Nice guys. Smile.
We all know each other.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Well done. So not only did they win Project of the Year, they got the Team of the Year as well. Well done. So we'll move on now to the next award, which is Newcomer of the Year. And again, someone that I wanted to specially mention from the nominations that we actually received. And that's Chloe Buckley. Chloe started under Kickstart with the catering team. As a result of her hard work and commitment, she was offered a temporary contract in catering, and her confidence grew and grew. When the domestic team was short-staffed, she volunteered to help, and she did so well that she's now been offered a permanent contract in that domestic team. She's very hard-working, difficult, I think, to persuade to take a day off, liked by all, and doesn't realise how really good she is. So a special mention is Chloe Buckley. The winner of this category received multiple nominations. This person has definitely made a very big impact very quickly. She knows all her customers by name, both service users and staff. She knows what they'll be ordering when they come in. She supports the many groups that meet in her facility, and she's always there for people to talk to. Once someone came 4 hours early for a group that they were attending. Clearly they were very upset, but our winner made them feel really welcome, so much so that they were happy to stay until the group started. Her personality is warm and welcoming. She's known to have a sharp wit, I understand, but nothing is too much trouble for our winner. And our winner is Heather Greer. Congratulations, Heather. There you go. Well done. I believe, Brad, we're now on to the Outstanding Contribution Award. Well done. So again, we have a special mention in this category. This person is kind, conscientious, welcoming and helpful, and really goes out of her way to help others. Some of the words used to describe this person's contribution: someone always willing to help other teams and to volunteer to support wider NAViGO events. She's a massive asset to both the training team and to NAViGO. So the special mention in this category is Rebecca Myers. The winner of this category has been with NAViGO since it began and seen many changes over the years. The winner's experience has proved to be invaluable for any team she's part of and for service users and carers. Her legal knowledge is excellent because she knows that these things matter for service users and carers when they are losing control. Our winner is a social worker in the true sense of the word, and the way that she practices is very special, as she doesn't exert her power for her own gain ever. She fights for the rights of service users and their carers, even if it causes her much greater work. Her contribution to the people of North East Lincolnshire has been immense, and what makes her outstanding is that she works so quietly with not a glimpse of ego. So the Chairman's Outstanding Contribution Award goes to Cathy Blanchard. So Cathy can't be here today, but we're having the award. Yeah, thank you for that. And the final Chairman's Award is the We Are NAViGO Award. Now, this was made really difficult. There were 30 nominations in this category, and I could have given this award time and time again. There were such strong stories in terms of the values and the time and effort that people were making to support our service users. The special mention in this category is Gavin Marfleet. Gavin has been with Tukes for over a decade. He started as a member and has now become a volunteer. He's so keen to support others and is always diversifying within the role. He's supported other members in all areas, from domestic to the cafe, and more recently supporting the Green Social Prescribing Study at Grimsby Garden Centre. He's also taken on the role of the Tukes Volunteer Rep. There's literally nothing he won't try his hand at, and we thank him so much for all his contribution to Tukes and NAViGO. So thank you, Gavin. So the winner of the We Are NAViGO Award is a group that was set up in the midst of the pandemic. It's now a regular and well-attended group that has helped many families during the pandemic when other children's services were not offering face-to-face support. Mums attending the group have said that the peer support has been invaluable, as they knew they were not alone and many valuable friendships have been formed. Feedback from families has been that they have built their confidence levels to a place they never thought they would reach. So the winner of the We Are NAViGO Award is the Perinatal Postnatal Support Group. I'd now like to welcome our community representative, Pam Bendel, to the stage. And Pam will be announcing the representatives, Team of the Year and the Individual of the Year.
Okay, so Team of the Year first. The nomination states that this team have supported me and helped me understand and use better coping techniques. I'm starting to apply these new techniques within my daily life, and I'm now a much happier person with a life worth living. The team encouraged us to share our experiences and made us realise we were not alone. A big thank you to the whole team. This award goes to the DBT team. Individual of the Year. This nomination said, "A thank you is really not enough to show my gratitude for the work she has done with me. I feel privileged that I was able to undertake my outpatient sessions with her, as she is a truly remarkable person and even more remarkable professional. She has a perfect balance of kindness and tough love, which has allowed me to regularly reflect on my recovery but also take responsibility for my actions. Her dedication to her role is second to none, and this was evident with the amount of care and effort she put into helping me in my recovery journey, going above and beyond her role as therapist to help me and my family. This award goes to Mandy Barker. Finally, it's display boards. It took a lot of judging to this year because there's a lot of really good judge boards that have been made up this year. But the winner is the Wise team. Say Merry Christmas! Oh,
Merry Christmas!
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you to our reps. So it's brilliant. Before I move on to thank yous and closing comments, there are a couple of more things that we'd like to do. Firstly, we would like to present a couple of apprenticeship certificates. People who are unable to attend their own graduation ceremonies. So I have here a Certificate of Achievement and Recognition certifying that Victoria Wolfe has passed her apprenticeship, her registered nurse degree, level 6. And if Victoria would come up onto the stage.
Congratulations, Victoria. Cheers. That's what Ellie was like that to me for.
Well done. We also have a certificate for Victoria Bowen, but I'm not sure if she's with us today, this afternoon. No. Okay, thank you. And finally, for those of you who've been very good enough to donate your money to Gardner Hill, we're going to announce just the winners in the Gardner Hill raffle, and if the first 3 winners can come up to the stage to collect their actual prizes. So the first prize is the fruit hamper, and you will need a friend to help you take it to the car because it weighs a ton. And the winner of the fruit hamper was ticket number 1294, Kirsty Phillips. Don't know if Kirsty's here. Oh yes, she's here. Yes. Yeah. Don't try and lift it, Kirsty. Don't try and lift it, Kirsty. It weighs a ton. Well, we know you've won, but there you go. Look. Yeah. Yeah. We won't lift it. Yeah. Thank you very much, Kirsty. Thank you. The second prize is the bouquet of flowers, and that's ticket number 455, Dan Holland. We'll do that one. Thank you, Dan. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yes, picture. Vicky. Thanks, Clive. Thank you. And the third prize is this winter planter donated by the Grimsby Garden Centre. Ticket number 454, Tracy Collins. Is that correct? Yeah. You got it. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. So for all of the other winners, we'll read out the prize and the winner, and if you could collect your prize, if you are here, from the Gardner Hill stand in the foyer. So the Super Soft Blanket, ticket number 1245, Janine Smith. Ooh. The prize number 5, the tray, ticket number 1320, Megan Webster. The lamp, I understand the lamp was very popular. Ticket number 1255, Nikki Colbeck, who is a Gardner Hill trustee. The Sherpa throw, number 416, Suzanne Rea. The mirror, ticket number 1231, Nicola Miller. The Asda £25 voucher, ticket number 1432, Roy Charlton. The Asda £25 voucher, ticket number 327, Gary Quickfall. The Tap House voucher, ticket number 1325, Charlotte Brewitt. And the last prize is the £30 Garden Centre voucher, ticket number 944, Amy Peterson. So thank you all so much for your generous support of the raffle today, and we'll publicise how much we've actually raised. Oh yeah, I've got to add up the QR code donations as well as the cash and everything else, but thank you all very much for that. So that now brings me finally to closing comments. I hope you've had a fantastic day. I've really enjoyed it. It's been wonderful to see so many people all together again. Thank you all for attending. I'd like to thank all of the brilliant presenters that we've had, our special guests, Paul Merson and Nathan Arnold, Joe Schofield, Phil White. Didn't he do some brilliant interviews? That was excellent. And thank you, Pam, for the work that you've done. I think the catering team need a special mention, don't you? What a fantastic lunch. So I'd like to thank Di and Trudy and the team, not just for the lunch, but for the catering throughout the whole day. I'd like to thank the volunteers and the staff in corporate affairs who spend so much time actually organising this event every year. For me, it's really about, this is how we come together as a NAViGO family every year to celebrate what we do well, to think about what we want to do in the future, and to recognise the exceptional practice that goes on within NAViGO. I've loved some of the contributions today. I think they've been very heartfelt and moving, and they've certainly made me think around stuff. And the effort that's gone into those display boards today has been phenomenal. So stay safe and have a wonderful journey home, and we will see you next year. Thank you.